Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
Hey everybody, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we are HackerFrogs. Alright everybody, we're doing HackerFrogs after school today, and we've got a heck of a stream for you. The first thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing our HackerFrogs after school session, and in this session we're going to be learning about network hacking. This is session number 3, and in this session we're going to be talking about how to enumerate web services. So web services are the biggest kind of the most popular type of web service, and we're going to be learning how to the most popular type of network service rather, and we're going to be learning how to enumerate those services if you discover them on the network. And that's going to be the first piece of content for today. That's going to be in the first hour. And the second piece of content for today is we're going to be doing some Linux hacking tutorials. So Linux hacking tutorials, we're going to be doing that over at Dockerlabs over here. And Dockerlabs is a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers to deploy on your machine and then hack against them. If anybody's interested in taking a look at that, I have provided the link for the platform in the chat for you guys to take a look at. All right, so that is Dockerlabs, and that's going to be in the second hour of today's stream. And then in the third and fourth hours of today's streams, we're going to stick to Dockerlabs, but this time we're going to be doing more difficult Linux hacking containers, and we're going to be doing it in a higher difficulty over here. So there are all of these different containers that we can download and hack against, and we're going to be covering the VulnVault machine over here, and we're going to be covering the Alien machine over here, and that's going to be in the third and fourth hours of today's stream. Please look forward to that. We're going to be going in, this is going to be the first time we're going to be looking at these challenges, so we don't know what's coming up. If we need help, well, the people in chat might be able to help us out and help us conquer these hacking challenges. All right, so let's go ahead and start the first part of today's stream, which is HackerFrogs After School. So this is HackerFrogs After School. This is network hacking. This is session 3. So let's begin. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. This is the third session for network hacking. let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. So what did we learn in the previous session? We learned about the FTP service. So in the last session, we were talking about interfacing with some common networking protocols and services. And the first one we learned about was the FTP service, which stands for File Transfer Protocol. So the FTP service is a common networking service which allows users to upload and download files. So we talked a little bit about the FTP service, and we demonstrated how to interact with it and what kind of commands we can do inside of that service. We also talked about the SMB service, which is another type of file sharing and printer sharing service that is most commonly associated with the Windows OS. So Windows OS, they have access to the SMB service, which lets people share files. And we were talking about what kind of commands you can do inside of that and how you can upload and download files with that service. And lastly, we talked about the Telnet service. So the Telnet service is a service that allows remote terminal login, and it's the predecessor to the SSH service. So basically what Telnet does is it allows people to remotely log into servers with a CLI command line interface. All right, so that's what we learned in the last session. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be learning in this session. So this session's topics, we're going to be talking about web service enumeration, and we're going to be talking about a bunch of different tools we can use to do that. So we're going to be talking about the DIRB tool, the NICTO tool, and the GoBuster tool. So we're going to be explaining what these tools do when we come to that a little bit later. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be accessing a First of all, let's talk about why. So why are we learning web stuff? So this is supposed to be a network hacking course. So why are we learning how to enumerate web servers? So when we're talking about network services, web services are network services. In fact, web services are among the most popular networking services. So every service on the web is actually a networking service. So we're going to be using Tryhackme to learn about how to enumerate web services. So if you don't already have an account over on Tryhackme, you can make one there for free. And then you'll want to go over to this link over here if you want to follow along with us. So let me just copy that and provide this to everybody in chat. Here you go. So I shouldn't have put that there. Oh well. Anyways, let's go ahead and access this room over here. So this is the Tryhackme DVWA room, and it's basically a little sandbox where you can do all sorts of attacks against a web application. So after you've logged into Tryhackme, you'll want to go over to this link, and then you can join the room. So before you join the room, you won't be able to access any of the resources inside of the room. So what you want to do after you arrive at the room is to click on the Join Room button over here. It's a green button on the right-hand side of the screen. Go ahead and click on that, and then you'll be able to access the resources inside the room. So what you want to do is you want to click into task number 1. So task number 1 is labeled DVWA. Click into the header for that task, and it says DVWA is an awesome virtual machine commonly utilized in training and testing of new tools. This room is unguided and it acts purely as a testing environment. Okay, that's no problem. What we want to do is we want to start up the virtual machine associated with this room. So there are actually 2 virtual machines we need to start up. And the first virtual machine we can start up by clicking on this green button over here. The green button is labeled Start Machine. This is going to start up the DVWA virtual machine. So you can go ahead and click on that. So after that, we can also click on the green Start Attack Box button over here. So the Start Attack Box button is going to start up a virtual machine that we can use to attack this this virtual machine that we're spinning up right now. The button is going to be located underneath the DVWA title over here, and it's going to be slightly to the right. So you can go ahead and click on that button. It's called Start Attack Box. And then you're going to see that the browser window splits into two panes. The left-hand pane is going to have the Tryhackme web page, and the right-hand pane is going to have the attack box virtual machine that we're going to be using to interact with the other virtual machine. So we need to wait about 2 minutes for this to initialize. So while that is initializing, what we're going to do is we're going to learn a little bit more about web enumeration over here. And let's just talk about this for a little bit. So we're going to be talking about something called directory busting today. So sometimes this is called dir busting. So directory busting, also known as dir busting, is the act of determining what endpoints, that is files and directories, exist on a web application by trying to access those endpoints. This is a type of brute force attack. So basically when we do directory busting, we're taking a really big list of different potential directory or file name paths, and we're trying to access these endpoints on the web server to see if it how it responds to these requests. So that's directory busting. So the first tool that we're going to be using is the dirb tool, and let's talk about the dirb tool a little bit while the virtual machines are starting up. So the dirb tool is an older directory busting tool, but it's a very good program for running on web servers. It's a very good first program to run on web servers. So you're going to find out that to do proper web enumeration, you should be using multiple tools, and you should be doing a kind of layered approach where you do an initial scan and then you do a secondary scan, and then based on what you find in those first two scans, you might do some other scans. So it's basically kind of a cycle. You do enumeration, and then you come back to what you find in the enumeration. Then you do more steps based on what you find in that first step. Okay. So one thing that we like about the dirb tool is that its command syntax is very simple to use, and because the word list it uses is also very good for enumerating older web servers and web applications. So we're going to see, so back here we see that dirb is a very easy tool to use. All we need to do is supply the name of the command and then the URL that we want to scan against. That's all we need to do. It's not very complicated as far as how we run this program. And it's also very good for scanning against older web applications, but it's not as useful when you're scanning against newer web applications. So let's go over to Tryhackme, and we see that our attack box has finished initializing. So what we want to do is we want to put the attack box in its own browser tab to make it nice and big so we don't have to struggle to take a look at what's going on. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to click into the terminal on the left-hand side, and then we're going to hit the enter key to close the terminal. After we do that, we're going to go to the center of the screen, and then we're going to go down to the bottom. And so the center of the screen, and then down at the bottom, there's this button that's labeled View in Full Screen. We want to click on that to put the attack box virtual machine in its own web browser tab. So click on the View in Full Screen button. And then we're going to see that the attack box desktop has been full screened, and this is what we want. After this, we're going to open up a terminal because we're going to be giving some terminal commands. So there's 3 different shortcuts we could use. There's this shortcut, there's this shortcut, there's this shortcut, or there's this shortcut. Go ahead and click on one of those, and then the terminal is going to start up. So what we want to do is we want to make this nice and big so that we don't have to struggle to see what's going on. So you're going to use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift+ to make the text in the terminal bigger. Okay, I think this should be good. This should be big enough. And what we're going to do is we're going to go from here. We're going to go back to the Tryhackme website, and we're going to close out this this half pane over here. So this is called the split view. And what we can do is we can go down to the bottom of the screen, and then slightly to the right, there's going to be this minus sign that's labeled exit split view. Go ahead and click on that button, and then you're going to see that the web page becomes full screen again. This is what we want. So after that, what we're going to do is we're going to get the IP address of the DVWA virtual machine that we're going to be scanning against. So we can go to this banner over here. It's called Target Machine Information. It's a red banner. And we're going to click on this button over here beside the target IP address. So we're just going to copy the IP address to our clipboard by clicking on this button. And then we're going to go back to our attack box. So in the attack box, what we want to do is we want to paste in the IP address. So the way we do that is we go to the left-hand side of the screen in the middle. There's this little box that's labeled Hide Show Control Bar. Click on that, and then click on the clipboard icon over here. And then in the clipboard, click into it, and then paste in the IP address. After we've done that, we can close the clipboard by clicking on this button over here beside the clipboard. And then we can go over to our terminal, right click, and then we can paste in the IP address. Okay, so we're going to be using this IP address a lot today, so we need to remember what this is. Remember that that your IP address and my IP address are not going to be the same. So you just need to copy your IP address and then paste it in. Okay, so what were we doing? We were using the we want to use the dirb command to do some directory busting on this web application. So we're just going to go to the beginning of the line here, and you can use your arrow keys to move around inside the terminal. And then you're going to give the dirb command and then space. And then in front of the IP address, we're going to put the HTTP prefix, and then the colon, and then the // This is going to let dirb know that this is the IP address, or sorry, this is the URL that we want to scan against. So after we have that set up, we're going to hit enter to begin the scan. So remember that dirb is going to do a directory busting attack and try to find out what endpoints are available on the system. Okay, so it managed to find a few different endpoints here, and so it found these three directories: the config directory, and then the docs directory, and the external directory. And it also found some file endpoints as well. So it found favicon.ico, it found index.php, php.ini, phpinfo.php, robots.txt, and server status. Okay, so now that we know about these endpoints, we could go and investigate each one of these endpoints. So for example, we could go over to the config directory over here, and we can highlight this, we can copy this address, and then we can start up the attack box, the attack box's web browser. So the attack box is a Linux computer, and it has its own web browser. So there are two desktop shortcuts for it. There's this one at the top, and there's this one on the side. So click on one of those, and then you can access the attack box's web browser. So the attack box and the and this IP address right here for your DVWA machine, they're both on the same network. So they should be able to access each other, but you won't be able to access these IP addresses from your regular internet. Okay, so this is the attack box Firefox web browser, and we're going to go to the address bar and then click into it, and then we're going to paste in the endpoint that we found over here for the config directory. So we hit enter, and we're going to see that there's some there are a couple of files here. So this isn't this isn't super secure because the config directory is has directory listing enabled, and we can see the exact contents of this directory. So This is an example of taking advantage of what we found in the directory busting attack. So let's talk about another tool that we can use for directory busting. Actually, the next tool doesn't do directory busting, but let's talk about it. Okay, so the next tool that we're going to be talking about is the Nicto tool. So Nicto is not a directory busting tool, but what it is a web app vulnerability scanner. So what Nicto does is it communicates with the web server, and it tries to determine what security vulnerabilities might exist on the target. So it attempts to ID insecure configurations and general web app settings. So it can give you a lot of information about the web app, and it can also give you some information about potential vulnerabilities. And like Derb, Nicto, it's an older tool that is better suited to find vulnerabilities on older web servers and web apps. And it also has a very easy to remember command syntax. So if we take a look over at running the Nicto command example over here, all you need to do is give the Nicto command and then -h for the host you want to scan, and then the URL over here. So let's demonstrate this. So we're going to go back to our attack box over here, and we're going to go to the bottom of the screen, and we're going to clear off the terminal. So just type in the command clear, and then we're going to just so we can get the IP address again, we're going to go up and down in our command history. So in the terminal, you can hit the up and down arrow keys to bring up previous commands that you've run. So when you come across the derb command here, we're going to go over to the front of the command, and we're going to erase the derb command here, and then we're going to replace it with the word Nicto. So Nicto is the name of the web app vulnerability scanner we're going to use. After that, we're going to give space, and we're going to give the -h argument over here to specify which IP address, or sorry, which URL we want to scan against. This is going to be the same IP address over here, prepended with HTTP, and after we have this set up, we can hit enter and run the scan. Okay, so this doesn't exactly look like the output from the derb command, but it does give us a lot of information about the web server. So it tells us which server software is running, and it tells us about the cookie over here being created without this flag. It gets a header provided by the web server, which is this. This could be some useful information for us. It tells us that the landing page for the web app is going to redirect to this page over here, login.php. And then it says that it found an entry in the robots.txt file. So the robots.txt file is a security file. Actually, it's not exactly a security file, but it's a file that can be very interesting to people who are doing security testing on a website. But it finds all of this information over here, and then when the scan finishes, we've got all sorts of interesting information that the scan found for us, such as this administration login page that it found over here at login.php. So we can go ahead and try to access this. So we're going to highlight login.php without the colon. We can copy this, and then we can go back to our web browser. So we're going to go back to the Firefox web browser, and inside the address bar, we're going to replace the word config with what we copied, /login.php. So after that, hit enter to access the page, and this is the login page for the application over here. So this is what we were able to find with the Nicto command. So when I do basic web app enumeration, I'll first use the derb command, and then I'll use the Nicto command. Oops. First I'll use the derb command, then I'll use the Nicto command, and then if I need to do any more enumeration, I'll use the third command, that we're going to be talking about in just a second. So the third command we're going to be learning today to do web app enumeration is the GoBuster tool. And the GoBuster tool is a much more powerful directory busting tool than dirb. However, its command syntax is much more complex. So when we do GoBuster, we have to provide a number of different arguments in order to run the command. And that's why we run this command last. It's also the command that's most likely going to give us some good results. But sometimes there are some things that we can find with dirb and with nicto that we want to find, because those scans usually come back much faster than a GoBuster scan will. So the first thing we need to give to the GoBuster command is the dir parameter. So dir in this case is going to instruct GoBuster to work in directory busting mode. So it's going to be GoBuster and then space and then dir. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to specify which file extensions we're going to look for with the x parameter over here, -x. And DG Artist on YouTube says, "Hello HackerFrog in chat, how we hacking?" We're hacking good is what we're hacking good. TG Artist, thank you very much for coming by. Let's give you a hack the planet because that is what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
And Leo, nice to see you here. Nice to see you here, Leo. Shabala says GoBuster. Yeah, we're talking about GoBuster right now. And okay, so we're just talking about how to do web app enumeration. And we've come to the part where we learn about the GoBuster tool. So the next thing we need to supply is -x and then a number of file extensions. So here we're going to be looking for HTML files. So it's -x and then space HTML. The next thing we need to do is we need to provide a mandatory parameter, which is the -u, and that's going to be the URL that you're going to be scanning against. So in this case, it's going to be this one over here, but we're not going to be scanning against this IP address in this case. All right, so the last thing we need to do is we need to supply a word list. So directory busting doesn't work unless you have a good word list. And we provide the word list in GoBuster with the -w parameter here. And the most common directory busting list we use when we're doing these kind of exercises is the directory list 2.3 medium list over here. So let's go ahead and try using the GoBuster tool ourselves. If you're wondering which room we're doing on Tryhackme, it's this one right here. And you can join in if you like. Okay, so we're going to be running the GoBuster tool inside of our terminal here. So we need to click into our terminal, and just because we want to get the IP address, we're going to go up and down and recall our history. So after we come across a command with our IP address, we're going to go to the start of the line, and then we're going to get rid of all of the stuff from the nicto command. So in its place, we're going to give the GoBuster command, and we have to specify that we're doing this in a directory busting mode. So it's GoBuster and then space and then dir and then another space, and then this is the URL that we're going to be scanning against. So it's going to be -u, and then after that we can go to the end of the line. At the end of the line, we can give some file extensions we want to look for. So -x, and then this app uses PHP, so we're going to look for PHP files. And each one of these extensions, if we want to do more than one, we can provide a comma and then another file extension. Maybe we're looking for TXT files. Maybe we're looking for zip files. But the thing we have to keep in mind is that the more extensions you give over here, the slower your scan is going to go. So be prepared to wait a while if you give a lot of extensions in your directory busting search with GoBuster. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to give a word list. And remember, The word list that we like to use for most of these exercises is going to be located in the, okay, we got ads coming up on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break. And for everybody on YouTube, you are also going to see an ad. And we're just going to take a minute to take a little break and wait for the ads to go by. And while the break is going on, we're going to watch the birds. We've got some bird videos over here. Look at this little guy. He's having a lot of fun. I'm going to take a little water break. I'll see you back in about a minute or so. So if anybody has any questions about any of the stuff that we're doing, go ahead and leave your comment or questions in the chat. I'll try to answer them as quickly as I can. TJ Artist says, I bought a used car today, first car in the USA. Congratulations, TJ Artist. I hope you have a lot of fun driving around in that car. So if you've got nuts lying around for the birds, then you will not be surprised to see some squirrels come around to try to eat those nuts as well. And you just need to make sure that the squirrels are not too aggressive about it. Okay, so let's put the birds away. Our break is over now. And let us continue. Okay, so we're just in the middle of figuring out how to run the GoBuster command. So when we provide a word list, we do -w and then space, and then we have to provide the file path. So in this case, the file path is going to be user share word lists, and then it's going to be dirb. Actually, it's going to be dirbuster, and it's going to be directory -lists -2.3 medium.txt. So this is a bit long. It's a bit long to remember, and I'll just copy this and I'll provide this to chat just in case you want to copy the command that I'm doing. Okay, so let's run the command, and it's going to give us a bunch of output over here. So over here, you already have a lot of information about how it's running the scan. So it's going to be doing directory busting. This is the URL over here. This is the method. This is how many threads, or rather how quickly it's going to run. This is the word list it's running. It's not going to return any of these codes over here. So the 404 code, the not found one. It's got a custom user agent header that it's going to be using, which is GoBuster version 3.6. It's going to be scanning for these different extensions: PHP, HTML, TXT, zip. And if it doesn't find something within 10 seconds, it's going to time out on that particular request. So we see that we've already found quite a few different endpoints on the machine. So there's the index one, there's the index one, there's the about page, there's the login page, there's a security page, etc., etc. Not all of these get the same HTML status. OreoByte says HackerFrog. Hi, OreoByte. Nice to see you here. And we are HackerFrogs. That's correct. So it also tells you the HTTP status code that returned when you looked for that endpoint, as well as the size of the response that you get. So these size 0 responses are pretty typical for pages that are redirections. So anything inside the 300 range is going to be a redirection. Anything inside the 400 range is going to be an error message, and or actually everything under 400 is not found. Everything in 200 is going to be okay, and it's important to take note of these different status codes when you're doing directory busting over here. So we also find a robots.txt file, a setup.php file, a vulnerabilities directory over here, and we're almost done scanning. So the nice thing about machines that are on the same network is that they don't have very much latency, and you're going to find that scans are going to run a lot faster between them. Okay, so what can we do with this information? So we've got this new file over here called copying.txt. I'm not sure what that might have in it, but it sounds interesting. So we can go ahead and copy this. So highlight it and then select copy, then go over to your web browser. In the web browser, you can replace login.php with whatever we copied. So everything up until the slash over here. Paste in the new endpoint and then hit enter. Okay, so what is this? Oh, this is a license. Okay, so I guess this is a pretty boring little document over here. Let's just pretend we read it and then go back. All right. Okay, so our scan should have finished by now. So let's go back to, let's minimize this window. Oh, it isn't done yet. Okay, so the great thing about working inside these terminals is that we can create extra tabs inside of these terminals over here, just like you would in a web browser. So you can go ahead and click on File, and then you can click on Open Tab, and this is going to be a new tab inside of this this window here. So we can go ahead and make this nice and big as well with the Shift Control Plus shortcut, and then we can start doing new stuff inside of here. So we've got some stuff going on in this tab here, and we can also click on the other tab and we can start doing some stuff in here. All right, so we learned how to use the derb command. Actually, let me grab the IP address. So when you're working on these exercises, the IP address is going to be very important, and you're going to have to do a lot of copying and pasting of the IP address. Let me give you a little hint, a little tip. You can actually specify a shortcut for the IP address by doing this command over here. So you can do IP equals, and then paste in the IP address, and we can put that around quotes just in case, because sometimes if some output consists of numbers or special characters, the Linux terminal can interpret it in weird ways. So that's why we any string that has either numbers or special characters, we want to put that between some quotes so that it doesn't get misinterpreted. So this is going to set a variable, and the variable is going to be called IP. So we can go ahead and set that, and then if we do echo $IP, it's going to tell us the value of this variable over here, which is IP. So this is the IP variable. So this is the IP address. We can use this while we're running our tools. So we can use derb, and then instead of we do HTTP, and then instead of the IP address, we're just going to do $IP, and that's going to let us run the command without having to do the IP again. Okay, looks like we've got some spammers. You know what we do to spammers? We ban them. Okay. All right. So we can do this with the derb command. We can do this with the nicto command. So nicto and then host HTTP, and then we're going to give $IP. This is just a very easy and painless way to input your IP address over and over again. Iced patch that says that is trouble with getting popular. Yeah, I guess so. Fallen Learn says I haven't used nicto in forever. So Fallen Learns nicto is still a useful tool to use. Especially when you're dealing with older web applications or web applications that could be running older web software, because it picks up on a lot of older vulnerabilities, because it was built with older stuff in mind, because it hasn't been updated. Not that it hasn't been updated, but it is very good at scanning those older applications. Same thing with the derb tool, and of course we can also run the GoBuster command with our variable IP as well. So GoBuster directory. So for the URL, we're going to do HTTP and then $AP. And for the word lists, we're going to use user share word lists dirbuster / directory list 2.3 medium.txt. And we can just run it like this. Okay, so we're coming very close to the end of today's lesson. If there's something else you want to know about web app enumeration, please let me know, and I might be able to fit it into the next iteration of this lesson in the future. So okay, let's talk a little bit about manual enumeration of the web application as well, because I was talking about some tools, but of course you can do manual enumeration of the web application. Over here, we've got login.php. This is a web page, and we can go ahead and actually, one thing that we should probably cover is how we can access this using the curl command. So sometimes you don't want to open up your browser, or sometimes you don't have access to a browser. You can still access the web page. You can go ahead and copy the URL, and then go over to a terminal, and you can use the curl command to access the web page. So I like to use the curl command with double V over here. That's very verbose. I like to get a lot of output from my tools. And we can paste in the IP address over here. So this is going to be a GET request to this IP address and the login.php endpoint. So when you do this, you're going to get the contents of the web page, of course, but you're also going to get a bunch of response headers. So request headers and response headers. So these are very important for web app enumeration. So you're gonna see exactly how the request is going over. So for example, get login.php. It tells you the HTTP version that you're accessing it with. It tells us that the user agent. So here's the thing: whenever you're using a tool to access a web server, you're going to send your user agent tag header over here, and it's going to tell you what device or what program is being used to access it. So in this case, it's going to tell them that you're using curl, or you're using Firefox, or you're using Nikto, and that's going to be a dead giveaway to the administrators as to who's using what device to access their website. So another thing that people don't talk about very much is, well, I don't hear too many people talking about, is that directory busting is essentially a type of brute force attack. And when you do brute force attacks against web servers, if people are recording logs, it's going to light up the logs like a Christmas tree. They're going to be able to figure out very fast that they're being directory busted, and it's going to create a lot of traffic. And it's basically a red flag for any administrators that are overseeing the website when they see that somebody's trying to brute force endpoints out of their web application. So Richard Calaby says, sometimes you can use a lower HTTP version in order to hack vulnerabilities on websites such as HTTP 0.9. Yeah. So sometimes you can emulate a different version of HTTP in order to take advantage of different vulnerabilities. So there's HTTP, I think, goes up to version 3 now. Does it go up to version 3? Let me check really quick. Let me check with Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is always very accurate. Okay, HTTP protocol. Okay, so we got HTTP protocol. We've got version 1.0. we've got version 2, and we also have version 3. Version HTTP 3 is not very well implemented. I think HTTP 2 is also not super widespread. Most of the time you see HTTP version 1.1, but I could be wrong about that. If I'm wrong, let me know in the comments or in the chat. Anyways, let's go back. What we were talking about. We were talking about how directory busting is a brute force attack, and directory busting is also not necessarily a legal thing that you should be doing. If you're doing it to like every other security testing tool, you should only do security testing against web servers that you are allowed to do it against, which is basically if somebody gives you permission to do security testing against their web server, or if somebody or if it's part of an exercise. So this is an educational environment, so we are able to do these brute forcing attacks against these web applications here because they don't belong to anybody who doesn't want to have their stuff security tested. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Anyways, let's finish out our lesson. Let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. So what is dir busting? So directory busting is the act of determining what endpoints, files, and directories exist on a web app by trying to access those endpoints. It is a type of brute force attack. We learned about using the dirb tool. The dirb tool is an older directory busting tool, but is a very good first program to run on web servers. So use a bunch of different tools because different tools have different strengths and weaknesses. And if you stick to only using one tool when you're trying to accomplish a task, you're going to miss out on some information that you can get by using other tools. So there's the dirb tool, there's the Nicto tool, which is a web app vulnerability scanner which attempts to ID insecure configurations and general web app settings. It's also very easy to use. All you need to do is provide a URL over here. And last but not least is the GoBuster tool. So the GoBuster tool is a much more powerful directory busting tool than dirb. However, its command syntax is much more complex. So GoBuster is, the reason I'm teaching GoBuster is because GoBuster it comes pre-installed on Kali Linux, and in this case on the attack box as well over here. So what I like to do is I like to teach tools that you don't need to go out of your way to install unless it's completely necessary. And in this case, GoBuster is installed on this attack box. So is dirb, and so is Nicto. So this is not always the case. Sometimes you're going to find that some of these tools are missing, and you're going to have to make do without them or find a way to install them on these machines. So what's next? So the next HackerFrogs After School network hacking workshop is actually going to be pretty fun. We're going to be learning about how to create reverse shells and bind shell connections between networked computers. So when we do these network hacking exercises, we talk a lot about getting shells or popping shells. That's basically getting direct access to a remote computer. And we're going to be figuring out how to create these reverse shells and set them up. So that's going to be a lot of fun, and that's going to be going on in the next session. And the next session is going to be on Wednesday. So today's Monday. We have sessions on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And please look forward to the next one. We're going to be talking about reverse shell connections. Okay, so let's finish out with this exercise, and we're just going to go over to our attack box over here. We're going to close everything out. I'm going to close out this web browser. We're going to get rid of this tab. We're going to show the split view over here. We're going to terminate the machine. And we're going to terminate this virtual machine as well.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet, Leo. Thank you very much. Okay, so Leo, what's going on with your college courses? You having fun over there? Let us know. Okay, so let's we're starting early, but that's fine. We're going to be demonstrating some hacking exercises over at Docker Labs. So Docker Labs is a fun Spanish language platform where you can download vulnerable Docker machines and then do some hacking against them. If you're interested in taking a look, so the reason why I highlight Docker over here, Docker Labs rather, is because it's a very easy way to do hacking exercises. And all you need to do is you need to have a Linux system with Docker installed. If you have a Linux system with Docker installed, for example, Kali Linux over here, I've got my Kali Linux system, then you can download these vulnerable containers and then do hacking against them with Docker Labs. So I'm going to demonstrate how to do this when we do this very easy. We've got a couple of very easy containers that we're going to be demonstrating hacking today, and we're going to be doing this one over here called First Hacking, and we're going to be doing this other one over here called Hedgehog. So let's go ahead and start. I need to do my YouTube intro where I talk about YouTube stuff. Anyways, hey everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the First Hacking container over at the Docker Labs website. So what we want to do when we do any of these Docker Labs challenges is we want to download the machine. So the first hacking exercise, this is the exercise we're going to be doing. We're going to click on this link over here, which is going to download the container. So from here, we're going to see a mega.nz website, and we're going to click on this button labeled download. So after the machine is finished downloading, we're going to find it in our downloads directory on Kali Linux. So let's go ahead and go over there. So this is my downloads directory, and I'm going to see that the first hacking zip file has downloaded here. So in order to access it, we first need to unzip the file. So we just give the unzip space firsthacking.zip command here. From there, we're going to get two files that are going to inflate. There's going to be firsthacking.tar and autodeploy.sh. So in order to do these Docker Labs containers, what we need to do is we need to run this autodeploy script over here. So the script, when we unzip it, is not going to be executable, so we need to give executable permissions to the script. So we're just going to chmod +x autodeploy.sh. So after that, you're going to see that autodeploy.sh is now executable, which you can see, which is indicated by the X over here in the list view. So from here, we're going to give the command /autodeploy.sh, and we also need to supply an argument to the command, which is going to be the name of the tar file that is unzipped. So it's going to be the firsthacking.tar file over here. So it's going to be firsthacking.tar /autodeploy.sh space firsthacking.tar. We can go ahead and give that command, and then we're going to get this message in Spanish. So it says, "Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable, espere un momento." It says, we are now deploying the vulnerable machine. Please wait a moment. And then we get an IP address that we can interact with. So after the Docker is running, the Docker container is running, we can access it from this IP address. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy the IP address, and we're going to run some Nmap scans against it. So of course, we're going to go to another tab. We're going to run Nmap against the container, and we're going to give a bunch of different parameters to scan the machine. So this is what we're doing. We're going to run have to spell Nmap correctly. So we're going to scan all of the ports with this argument over here. We're going to scan the machine in the very verbose mode by giving this command over here, this parameter over here. We're going to scan and run common scripts and versioning information by giving this parameter over here, and we're going to run with 4 threads, which is very fast but not too fast, with this parameter over here. So after we've got our nmap command set up, we're going to run the command. And we're going to see that only one port is open. So it's scanned very fast, and we got this result over here. So port 21 is running the FTP service. So the FTP service is the file transfer protocol service, and this is what we can. This is a service we can do for to do file transfers. We can upload files, we can download files, but the interesting thing here is that we get a very specific version of the software that's being used. So the software that's being used is VSFTPD, and this is a very common FTP software, but we see that it's running this version right here. So you will get a sense for what versions of software are typical and which are atypical with experience. And in this case, when all you have is one service that is being provided and you receive a very specific version of the software, we can take a look at and search for known exploits for this particular software version. Let's talk a little bit more about that. Okay, so if we are able to identify a software name as well as a specific version, we can search for known hacks for that software by searching via searchsploit. So searchsploit is a command it's pre-installed on Kali Linux, and we can use this to search for known exploits. So we just need to use searchsploit with the name of the software and the version number, and it's going to return any known vulnerabilities. So the thing about searchsploit is that it references a database of known software exploits and is associated with the exploitdb.com website. So basically, what searchsploit does is it searches the same database as the exploit database website, and then it returns anything that matches your search parameters. So let's go ahead and do that. So we've got this version of the VSFTPD. I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to run searchsploit and plug in the software as well as the version number. So we're going to see here that Leo says, "Sorry for the late comment. My university level Linux programming classes are going all right. I find myself learning so much more." That's a very high compliment, Leo. Thank you very much for letting me know that you're learning a lot here. I relocated recently to. Okay, glad to be back on your live streams. Yeah, I appreciate all my chatters, and I certainly appreciate cybersecurity students that are trying to learn by watching some live streams. Okay, so we see here that that there is a known vulnerability here for VSFTP 2.3.4, and it says here backdoor command execution. So backdoor command execution means that we can use the software to run system commands. So it looks like we have a path to this particular script that is going to give us the command execution, and it's got this number right here. So this number right here is actually associated with the they number all of the exploits, and we can copy this file to our current directory by giving this command right here. So it's going to be searchsploit -m and then the number that we want to copy over. So -m means it stands for mirror, I think, and it basically copies over this file over here over to our current directory. So it gives us some information about the exploit. It says that it's going to be the backdoor command execution. So this is the exploit DB URL over here if we want to take a look at it. And well, we can go ahead and take a look at it ourselves really quick. copy this, and then we can go over to our web browser. So this is all the information about the exploit. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're going to wait until the ads are over before we keep on going. We're going to do ads on YouTube as well. And let's go ahead and watch some birds while we're taking our little break. We're going to be back in about a minute or so, but in the meantime, please enjoy the birds. Okay, sorry. Defa says I'm muted. Sorry. Leo also asks, what does your bird feeder water setup look like? What does my bird feeder setup look like? So let me just... So okay, just quickly now. So this is my bird feeder setup. I made this bird feeder out of an old... This is a coat rack. This is a coat rack, and I took some bamboo, some bamboo. What do you call them? Sticks, bamboo sticks. I cut them up, and I used some zip ties to put this all together. And basically, in the middle of the coat rack, I've got this little bowl that has seeds and stuff inside. And as for the water situation, I basically have a little bowl, a wide bowl that I put at the bottom there, and I put some water there so that the birds can have a drink. And I change the water maybe every 1 or 2 days, just so that they've got some fresh water to drink. Birds need to have their baths, and they need to drink water. I hope that answers your question. But yeah, this is made out of a coat rack and a bunch of bamboo sticks.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Thank you very much, Defus, for redeeming all the things. That's a great nerdcore rap. If you don't know about it, then go ahead and search up all the things and dual core, or actually all the things rap on YouTube, and you should be able to find it. And the camera's just it's just a security camera. It's basically an outdoor security camera that has an internet feed. You can put little SD cards in there to record the footage, and that's basically my bird feeder setup. It's not super cheap, especially the camera. The camera's a little bit pricey, maybe $100 and some odd, less than $200 definitely. But the rest of the setup is pretty cheap. You just buy like a cheap coat rack. You can get one on Amazon for maybe like $20 or $30, and then you can get some bamboo sticks and cut them up, get the zip ties. It's not a very complicated setup. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so now that we have the file copied over here, we're going to see that's in our current directory. So this is the file that we need to run, and we're just going to rename it. So I'm just going to do mv, and I'm going to call it ftp backdoor. Okay. After we do that, we're going to try running. We're going to try running the script with Python, and it's going to tell us what is going on here. So it says usage is going to be script and then host. Okay, so we just need to supply a host. So we're going to supply the host, which is going to be HTTP. Actually, no, we don't need HTTP. We just need the IP address. So the IP address is this one over here. And paste in the IP address, and then we're going to run the script. So it says here, let's see, deprecation warning. This is deprecated and slated for removal in Python 3. What is going on? It looks like we got connection refused, but why? Okay, I need to make sure that this is the correct IP address. Okay, so it should reach out to the FTP port by default. Make sure that this is the correct IP address. Huh. I don't understand why it didn't work the last time, but it works this time. But anyways, we ran the script, and then we get success shell opened. So send exit to quit the shell. If we give this command, who am I, after we ran this exploit script, it gave us access via a backdoor in the insecure version of VSPD FTPD. So it says we're root. So we've essentially finished this this exercise. So who am I, root? So this is the ID for root. That's great. And I guess that means we have to call Scary Hacker Voice Man. So let me go ahead and call Scary Hacker Voice Man up, and let's talk about what's going on.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. First Hacking Administrator, it looks like you deployed FTP with an insecure version. Well, that was a big mistake. We managed to search for a well-known exploit for this version of FTP, and then we used that exploit to break into your server, and now, now we're in.
Okay, so we have shell access to the system here, and what we need to do to finish the exercise is we need to move into the root directory, and then we need to take a look at what's here. So the thing about these Docker exercises is that there's no traditional flag that we need to read to finish the exercise. So to prove that we got root access to the machine, we're gonna put a specific graffiti file. We're gonna deface the server over here, and we're going to echo out HackerFrogs rule, and what else? HackerFrogs rule, please update your VSFTPD software so that it is not vulnerable. vulnerable anymore. Smiley face. Okay, and we're gonna we're gonna put that into a file called graffiti.txt. Okay, so after we do that, we're gonna see that the graffiti.txt file is here, and if we read it, we're gonna see our message that we left for the server administrator here. Okay, so with that, we are finished the exercise. Alright everybody, so that was a guided walkthrough for the first hacking container over at Dockerlabs.es. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, everybody, don't leave. We're not ending the stream. That's just my YouTube outro. I need to turn all of these guided walkthroughs into YouTube videos eventually. So I need to do my YouTube intros and outros so that I can cut up this live stream and create content. Because you know, I gotta stay on that content delivery grind. All right, so let's do a little bit of cleanup before we start the next exercise. So we're gonna get out of here, and we're gonna get rid of the file that was created, because we don't want a bunch of random files cluttering up our file system here. That's because that's no good. I'm gonna clear up my terminals. Okay, so we stopped the Docker container, and we're just going to get rid of these files that we downloaded for the exercise. It's very good to do to practice proper file hygiene when you're working with the whatever systems you're working with.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Thank you very much to Leo for redeeming Hack the Planet. Hack the Planet, yep, that's what we do. Okay, let's start the next exercise. So the next machine is going to be the Hedgehog machine. So the Hedgehog machine is all these machines are in the very easy category over here, and I would say that this is a very easy machine, except for the fact that there's one little detail that is not very easy about it, and we'll talk about it when we get there. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Hedgehog machine over at Dockerlabs.es. So the first thing we want to do when we do one of these exercises is we want to download the Docker container. So we can go ahead and click on this button over here to download the container to our Linux machine. Go ahead and click on the download button, and that's going to start the download. So this is going to finish up in just a little bit. So let's go over to our terminal, and on our terminal we've got the downloads directory here. So it looks like we downloaded the Hedgehog file over here, hedgehog.zip. First thing we need to do is we need to unzip the file so that we can interact with the files inside. So after that, we see that we've got two files in here. We've got hedgehog.tar and autodeploy.sh. To do any of these Docker Labs challenges, what we need to do is we need to give executable permissions to the autodeploy.sh script, and then we need to run the script with the hedgehog.tar file in order to start up the Docker container. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to chmod + x autodeploy.sh to give the script executable permissions, and then we're going to run the script with the hedgehog.tar file. So it's going to be /autodeploy.sh hedgehog.tar. After we get that command, we're going to see that the container is starting up. So it says here that we can access the machine from this IP address right here. So you're going to notice that all of these Docker Labs challenges, they almost all of them use the same IP address, which is 172.17.0.2. This is very good for us in some ways, but a bit of a pain in the butt in the others, because we don't need to reference a bunch of different IPs. That's convenient, but sometimes using the same IP for a bunch of different services can get in the way. We'll talk about that when we get there. So let's go ahead and copy the IP address. We're going to go to Nmap, and we're going to run an Nmap scan on the machine. So Nmap is going to try to determine what ports are open on this system, and we're going to run it with this IP address right here. We're going to scan against all the ports by giving this argument here, -p-. We're going to run it very verbose, which is going to give us some output before the scan is finished with this argument here, -vv. And we're going to run common scripts and versioning information against any services we find with this argument here, -S_C_V. The last thing we do is we supply a speed to run at, which is going to be very fast but not too fast, with -T4. So with all this set up, we can run the Nmap scan. And we're going to see that there are 2 ports open on the system. So what 2 ports are open on the system? So first there's port 22, TCP port 22, and this is running the SSH service. The SSH service is remote login, and it reports this software, OpenSSH, and this version, 9.6p1. Devan S. Gauda says, hi. Hi, Devan, nice to see you here, and on YouTube, and let's go ahead and give you a redeem. How about a Nyan Cat? It's a classic meme that never dies. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've got the SSH service running, and we also have port 80 open on this machine as well. So port 80 TCP it normally runs the HTTP protocol. This Caliber 800 is now a HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following, Caliber 800. You are now a HackerFrog, and why don't you have one of these? This is the frog song. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so the HTTP protocol runs web pages, and we see that the Apache web server software is running with this version right here, 2.4.58, and it also gives us an operating system which is Ubuntu, which could be some important information. And Shabala says, frog song. Thank you very much. That is the frog song. All right, so we see here that the site doesn't have a title. That's an interesting little piece of information. And what we can do now is we can go ahead and check out the website. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our web browser, and we're going to access HTTP 172.17.0.2. And we see here there's a word. So this is tails. So this is something that stumped me for a long time, because there's the name of the challenge and the name of the thing that we find here are actually related. So if you go over to Docker Labs, the name of this challenge is called Hedgehog. So what hedgehog is associated with tails? What hedgehog is associated with tails? So if you are a gamer and you know about Sonic the Hedgehog, then you know that Tails is another character in that video game. So it's Sonic and Tails. So Sonic the Hedgehog and Tails, the fox. This is actually a username. And for the longest time, I wasn't able to figure this out. But now that we have this username, we can do what is called a an SSH brute forcing attack. Let's talk a little bit more about that. Okay, so this is SSH password brute force. If we have a username for a system, we can perform a brute force attack. We can brute force attack a login to determine valid credentials on the system. So if we know that there is a Tails user on the system, we can use the Hydra program to try to brute force the password for that user. So a common program used for SSH brute force login is the THC Hydra program, and we're going to demonstrate how to use that right now. So the other, let's talk a little bit about the other really big problem with this being considered a very easy box. So normally the word list that we use for SSH brute force attacks is the user share word lists rocku.txt file. So the rocku.txt file is a well-known password list, and it's a list of 14 million of the most common passwords. And we're going to see that yeah, this is not writable. So you've got a bunch of common passwords. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Okay, so 14 million of the most common passwords were recorded in the rocku.txt file, and we're going to see that the list is very long, of course, because there are 14 million passwords here. And the problem with brute forcing the SSH the SSH password in this case is that the valid password is pretty close to the very end of this file. So that normally wouldn't be a problem, except for the fact that SSH brute forcing takes a long time, and you're not able to do very many attempts at the same time, because there's kind of a bottleneck in the speed of how fast you can do brute forcing against the SSH service. So normally, if you use the Rocku password list to do brute forcing against the Tails user, it's going to take you something like 20 hours, or maybe even longer to do this brute force attack. So what we've done is we've cheated a little bit, because we know that the valid password is at the end of the list. We created, let me demonstrate over here. We created a reverse list for Rocku.txt, and this is how we did it. So we used the tack command. The tack command is basically going to output things in reverse order. So when we use the tack command with the Rocku.txt word list, it's going to output the Rocku.txt word list in reverse. So all the words that are at the end of the list are going to go up to the top of the list. And we create a file called reverse Rocku.txt. So we're going to create that list, and the next thing we're going to do, actually no. We're going to create that list, but we're also going to trim out all of the white space. For some reason, when you run this tack command, it creates a lot of white space in the Rocku.txt list, and because the white space is there, it's going to screw up your brute forcing attacks. So we do the tr command to get rid of all the white space in the file. So when we run that, and let's take a look at the reverse Rocku list. We're going to see that there's a bunch of new passwords over here at the top. Okay. So from here, we can do our brute force attack. So we're going to run Hydra. Hydra's a program that's used for brute forcing attacks, and this is how you run it. So you do Hydra, and then you do -L, and the name of a user. So in this case, it's going to be the Tails user, and then we need to provide a password list. So the password list is going to be the reverse Rocku list that we created, and we have to provide a -P to indicate that it's a file. the last thing we need to do is we need to... Actually, no. Next, we're going to indicate that we're going to run it with 16 threads, which is not super fast, but it's still kind of fast. The problem with SSH is that we can't brute force it super fast. We need to provide a IP address, and the last thing we need to do is provide a protocol that we're going to be brute forcing. In this case, it's going to be the SSH service. Alright, so with all that said and done, let's run the brute forcing attack. So we should be able to get a result pretty quickly, because we're running from the... Tigrail says, redeem frog. Frog is not one of the redeems, but you could try the frog song. That's gonna give you something. Thank you very much for coming by. Try Tigrail. All right, so we've got our results over here. So the Hydra program was able to determine that on this IP address with SSH and the login name tails, it found that this was the correct password over here. So we can use this credential set to log into SSH. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to copy the password. Then we're going to go over to our reverse shell tab. We're going to log in normally as the tails user at 172.17.02. And this is the regular way to log into SSH. It's going to say that the authenticity is not known, etc., etc. Do we want to continue connecting? We're going to type in yes, and then we need to paste in the password. So we're just going to right-click, paste, and then hit enter. And now we're logged in. When we ask who am I, it says we are now the tails user. So we've now broken into the server, so we need to call our good friend Scary Hacker Voice Man.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Hedgehog Administrator, you thought it would be okay to leave your usernames lying around your website, huh? Well, that was a big mistake. Despite the fact that you put your commonly known password at the end of the rockyou.txt list, we still managed to break in by using a brute forcing attack. Maybe you knew about the insecurities in your website, or maybe you decided it was acceptable to have that risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now we're in.
Thank you very much for following Barthanol. Barthanol, thank you very much.
What are you?
I'm System Root.
Thank you for redeeming I'm Root, Tigrail. Thank you. We're not quite Root yet, but we'll talk about how to get Root in just a second. Okay, so now that we're in, the first thing we like to do when we break into servers is we like to find a way to elevate our privileges. So this is known as privilege escalation, and this is the way that bad people like to compromise servers. First, they break into the server, and that's called initial access. And the next step they do is called privilege escalation, which is going to get them access as the highest level of user on the system. On Linux systems like these, that is the root user. So we are going to run sudo l-l to find out if our user has any sudo permissions on the system. So it says user tails may run the following commands on this server over here. As the Sonic user with no password, they can run all the commands. B Theo says, "Hi, Shy Hat. Here for the hacks. Here for the hacks indeed." Thank you. Thank you very much for the support, B Theo. If anybody doesn't know, Theo is also a B7 B7H30 is also a live streamer who does cybersecurity content. So let's give them a shout out right now. Got to do that in another tab. Hold on. There you go. And we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So while the ads are running on Twitch, we will also show an ad on YouTube. And we're going to be taking a break and watching some birds. So here's a rare bird. And we're going to be having a little water break. We'll be back in about a minute or so. So this is a hungry little guy. This is a northern flicker woodpecker, and it's a woodpecker you see all over the Pacific Northwest if you live around here. I'm not too sure how far east they go, but if you live in the Pacific Northwest, you should be able to see these guys even in urban areas. You will see them in urban areas, but you'll see them way more in forested areas. Anyways, let's put the woodpecker away. And let us continue. So we find that this user over here, Tails, can run any command as a Sonic user. So what we're going to do is we're going to assume the identity of the Sonic user, and here's how. So this is privilege escalation. So in the privilege, in this case, the privilege escalation we're going to use is the sudo all method of privilege escalation. So when enumerating our user's sudo permissions, we find that they can run any command in the context of another user. So the other user in this case is the Sonic user, and in this case, we can use sudo with the bash terminal program to open a terminal in the context of the other user. So we just need to use sudo-u and then provide the name of the user, and then the program we want to run as that other user, in this case bash. And it's going to open up a terminal that is running as the Sonic user. So let's go ahead and do that. So sudo-u, we need to provide a user, so Sonic is the user, and we're going to run the bash terminal. So from there, we see our username is switched from Tails to Sonic. And if we say ask who am I, we are now the Sonic user. So we're going to repeat, we're going to rinse and repeat. We're going to find out if the Sonic user has any special sudo permissions on this system as well. So we're going to see that the user Sonic may run the following commands on this server. So all, no password, all. So basically, the Sonic user is an administrator user, and they can run any command they want on the system. And they can even, with these kind of permissions, these are the most loose permissions. And that means that the Sonic user can essentially become the root user if they really want to. So this is how you would do it. So I'm going to demonstrate with another terminal over here. So this is not the vulnerable server we're on. This is the Kali Linux terminal right here. So if I ask here what my sudo permissions are for the Shyhat user, so the user Shyhat may run the following commands on HackerFrogs: all. So I am a administrator user on my HackerFrog system over here. So I can actually become the root user if I want to. So we would run the sudo su command, and because we have these sudo permissions, we're able to become the root user on the system over here. So remember, this is not the vulnerable server that we're testing right now. This is just my Kali host. Anyways, let's go back and let's see if we can become the root user. So sudo su, and we can run this with no password, so we are now the root user. If we ask who am I, we are root, so we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So if we take a look at the ID for, actually no. Let me back up a second. So I'm gonna switch over to the Sonic user, and if we take a look at the ID for the Sonic user, so user ID 1000, user ID 1000 or 101 is usually associated with some sort of administrator user on a Linux system, and you're going to see that. Let's switch back to the root user. The ID for the root user on a Linux system is always going to be ID UID 0, GID 0, and this is something we have to every once in a while. This is some information that's very useful. Anyways, let's finish up this exercise over here. So we're going to move into the root directory, and we're going to see that there's nothing in the root directory here. But what we're going to do to prove that we finished the machine is we're going to do a little bit of web server defacement, and we're going to leave a little note for the administrator in the root directory here. So we're going to echo out and redirect it into a file called graffiti.txt, and we're just going to leave a little memorable message. How about HackerFrogs rule? And then we're going to tell them how to improve on their security. Do not leave your user names lying around on your web server, and do not use weak passwords. Hope that helps. Smiley face. Okay, so we've created the graffiti.txt file over here, and if we read it, we've got our helpful note that we've left for the system administrator. All right, so that proves we finished this exercise, and that means that this was a guided walkthrough for the Hedgehog machine over on Dockerlabs.es. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, everybody, don't leave. We're not going. We just have to record that little portion for the YouTube videos that I need to create. But anyways, what we're going to do now is we're going to start doing some first-time challenges. So there's one challenge that they created recently on here called the TP Root Challenge, and I haven't done this one yet. If you want to join along with us, that was very much encouraged. We're going to be doing this challenge next, but we haven't seen this one. But before we do that, let's do a little bit of cleanup. So let's get out of here. Let's get out of here again. 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 Okay. Tigerl says, now we return you to your regularly scheduled programming already in progress. The already scheduled hacking already in progress. Thank you, Tigerl. And let's do a little bit of cleanup. So we've got our reverse rocky file. I don't think we're going to be using this again, so let's get rid of it. Our Docker container, we're going to shut that down. Our research, let's get out of here. Oh, got it. Got to switch up our soundtrack. Let's try another soundtrack. How about the Mass Effect 2 soundtrack? So I'm a big fan of Mass Effect 2. It's a great little series of games, Mass Effect, and it's also had some really good sci-fi music. So let's go ahead and play that music. Okay, so as usual, if anybody finds that the music is a little bit too loud, let us know and we'll turn down the music. Actually, I want to. Sorry, I just want to get the right playlist. Maybe we'll play something else. How about we play some? Let's play some Shadowrun Returns. Okay. All right. Let's. Sorry, we were doing some cleanup over here. So we shut down the Docker container. Let's get rid of the hedgehog files. Let's get rid of, and then let's download the new challenge. So the new challenge is going to be TP root. I'm not sure what this challenge is going to be based on the name, but let's go ahead and download this file. So download that thing. Okay. Don't think there's anything else we need to reset. Okay, so we haven't finished downloading yet. There we go. We finished downloading the TP root file. And actually, before we start, let me tell everybody about a CTF competition that's going on right now. So PicoCTF is a great platform for learning about cybersecurity topics, because they've got a bunch of interactive challenges that you can learn by solving. And right now, they've got the PicoCTF 2025 event going on, and so this is it's not super beginner friendly this time, and I was a bit surprised that they don't have as many beginner friendly challenges in this PicoCTF event. But if you're interested in taking a look at the challenge, you can do so from this link over here. If you are in middle school or high school, you can win prizes, and there are specific categories associated with those age groups. And there's another CTF that's going on pretty soon that I want to direct everybody's attention to as well. And that's going on over at Tryhackme.com. So on Tryhackme.com, they've got a challenge called the Hackfinity Battle, and this is their CTF. So what they've got over here, I'm not too sure what kind of challenges are going to be in this CTF, but I'm pretty sure they're going to have a bunch of beginner level challenges here as well. And if you want to take a look at the details for this CTF, you can do so over at this page. But the important thing is that it's going to be running over a weekend. It's going to run from March 17th until March 20th. So that is going to be, I think that's going to be from Friday to Sunday. Let me check my my calendar real quick. No, that's going to be the middle of the week. That's going to be from Monday until Thursday. That's a bit that timing's a bit weird, but yeah, if there's I guess you can work on that after you get home from work or school. Anyways, just wanted to bring some attention to those two CTFs. Let's continue our hacking adventure over here. So we've downloaded the TP root challenge. We're going to unzip it. Okay, and then we're going to give executable permissions to the auto deploy script, and we're going to run the script. So we're going to run the script with tproot.tar, and that's going to deploy the vulnerable machine. So here's the irritating part about all of these addresses sharing the same IP address. If you access SSH SSH doesn't like it if you have the same IP address associated with multiple hosts. So what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to run SSH keygen. And eliminate the other hosts. Let me. I think I was talking with DeepSeek about this. I want to use SSH keygen to delete entries in the known hosts file. Okay. So you can use a few different ways to figure this out. I like to ask the AI because it usually saves me a couple of clicks. Okay, so to delete entries from the known host file, you can use the R option to. Alright, so SSH keygen R hostname or IP. So we're going to run SSH keygen -R with this IP address right here, and this is going to delete this IP address from the known host file. So if we don't do this, we're going to run into problems when we try to log into the same IP address with SSH. Anyways, we've got the Docker container running over here. It's running on this IP address. Let's go ahead and run the nmap scan. Actually, I didn't need to. Yeah, we can just run this. So, as usual, we're running it on all ports. We're running it very verbose. We're running it with common scripts and versioning information. We're running it with 4 threads. Let's run the scan. We've got 2 ports. Looks like 2 ports. Okay, so port 21. Port 21. Okay, so it looks like we're doing some FTP hacking and we're doing some web hacking. So we've got port 21 and port 80. So this is FTP. Oops, cannot change directory, var FTP. What? This is a weird looking message right here. Okay, so that's the FTP. This is the FTP port that's running on port 21. Wait, isn't this... I think this FTP version has a vulnerability with it, associated with it. So we can go ahead and confirm that. We also have port 80. We can take a look at port 80 in just a little bit. So let's go ahead and search exploit. This is deja vu. We were just looking at this the other day. There's a backdoor command execution. Anyways, let's copy that script over. I can't believe they use the same exploit for two of these containers. But maybe the people who are creating these challenges weren't talking to each other. Okay, so we're gonna do search exploit and copy the exploit over. This number right here. Okay, so from here, we're going to run the exploit script, and we need to supply an IP address. So the IP address is going to be this one. It says connection refused, but this time we were able to open a shell. We ask who am I? We're the root user again. Okay, that was way too easy. That was way too easy. Anyways, let's which directory is this? So this is the infected FTPD directory. Interesting. Because we're the root user, I guess all we need to do to finish up on this machine is to move into the root directory. And we've got a root.txt flag in here. So we don't like to read root we don't like to read flags on our stream if we don't need to. So we're just going to redirect the output of reading that flag into a file called iReadRoot.txt. And if we manage to create the file here, this is proof that we completed the challenge. So we were able to read the root.txt flag and create this file over here, which means we're finished. Okay, this this feels like it was a guided walkthrough. This was not a guided walkthrough. I have not done this machine before. But anyways, let's take a look at what was on the web page. So on this web page, this is a default page. So this is probably a rabbit hole over here. So they've got this this Ubuntu default page, and we probably won't be able to find anything if we do web app enumeration. So let's just for fun, let's do a little bit of web app enumeration on this thing. So we're just going to run dirb. We're going to find not very much, and then we're going to run nicto. And we're also probably not going to find very much. And then after this, we will run Ferrex Buster. Defus says, have a look at var www. Yeah, we should. Well, that's probably the faster way of doing it. Yeah, you're correct. We're doing that from this directory. So we're going to go into var www, which is going to have the web page. So yeah, HTML. Index.html. So this is the only thing on the web page. So this so the entire web page was basically a rabbit hole. There was nothing to find there. Okay. So anyways, we finished this we finished this challenge. Great. Let's go ahead and get out of here now. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna write up a little report, a little after action report for this machine. Just another thing that we could do is we could figure out what was actually going on in the we can figure out what was going on the FTP server. So we're gonna try to log in as anonymous. So it says login failed. Cannot change directory var FTP. Login failed. So we don't have access. There's nothing to see here. Okay. So we couldn't log into FTP anonymously even if we wanted to. What we needed to take note of was the version of the FTP that is running, which was vulnerable to a software exploit. Tigerel says they should have named it TER root for too easy root. Well, it's supposed to be a very easy machine, and we have to admit that was pretty easy. Okay, let's write up that report. Let's see, there are 2 ports open. Let's make this nice and big. Okay, there are 2 ports open, 21 and 80. We find that the FTP service is running vulnerable. This always trips me out. Vulnerable version of VFTPD. We search exploit for this version. We find a backdoor remote execution exploit. This exploit gives us root access. Finis. Okay, so, well, we've got more time. Maybe we can do one more challenge. So, before we do that, let's do a little bit of cleanup. So let's go over to the Docker container, shut it down. Let's clear this up. Clear our terminals. Okay, so, this is done. Let's get rid of the TP root files, and let's get rid of the auto deploy script. Okay, let's download. Let's get started with the with our new challenges now. So everybody, we're going to be bumping up the difficulty a notch. Because we're going to be moving into our third part of today's stream. And in the third part of today's stream, we're just going to take a couple hours and we're going to do some of the easy challenges over here. These are not going to be super simple challenges like the very easy challenges that we were working on for the walkthroughs, but these are going to be slightly more difficult challenges. So hopefully they're not too difficult, but they're not too easy. The first one we're going to do is the Vuln Vault challenge over here. So let me go ahead and download that challenge. So we're just going to download the container. And everybody, if you have a Kali Linux machine or another security version of Linux with Docker installed, I highly encourage you to try out these challenges yourself. It's not very complicated deploying them. If I can do it. If I can deploy these Docker containers, then maybe you can do it too. It's not super technical. Okay, so we've got the Vuln Vault challenge here. This is the an easy level challenge. Let's go ahead and unzip that. We need to give permissions to the auto deploy script, and then run it with the Vuln Vault. Okay, so let's see. This is going to be on this IP address as usual. Let's go ahead and do our nmap scan. Very verbose. Okay. Tigerel says, "Don't underestimate my ineptitude." Well, I mean, there are not too many steps to deploy these Docker containers. You just need to have Docker installed. You know, interestingly enough, this script, the auto deploy script, doesn't work for non-Linux systems. So if you try running the auto deploy script on Mac, it's not going to work. Anyways, let's scan the machine. So this is another Wombo combo, 2 ports. So there's port 80 and port 22. Let's take a look what we got here. So we've got 22. OpenSSH. This looks like the secure version of OpenSSH, so we don't need to worry too much about attacking the OpenSSH service itself. OpenSSH for the most part is a secure program, but I think there are a couple of OpenSSH vulnerabilities to be found. So if we do search exploit and look for OpenSSH, there have been a few OpenSSH vulnerabilities over the years. So it's not something that's guaranteed to be safe. Okay, the other service is port 80. So if we metagame this, we expect that on port 80, which is the web port, there should be something that we can leverage to get access to the SSH service. So it's going to be something on the web service that's going to get us access to the SSH service. So let's go ahead and well, let's do some web enumeration. So we're going to run dirb. So dirb doesn't tell us something. Dirb doesn't tell us anything super important, but we do know that this is running PHP. Oh, they've got an old directory. Okay. So we could potentially look inside this old directory to see if there's anything juicy inside there. And there's also an old PHP, an old index. Okay, so this is definitely something we want to check out. We've got ads running on Twitch. So while ads run on Twitch, we will give an ad to everybody on YouTube as well. And then we will look at some birds. How about these birds? These are my favorite birds. Okay, I'm just going to take a little water break. Just a second. So I'm just wondering, is there anybody here that's following along with these Docker challenges? If you're following along with the Docker challenges, or if you've done any of these Docker challenges on Dockerlabs.es, let us know in chat, because I am interested in how many people are giving these a go. Oh man, it's a great video. Okay, let's put the birds away. Tigerel says, I just got my Kali set up and I'm gonna start going through them. Great. Yeah, because well, nothing builds up your muscle memory for doing pen testing exercises like just going through a bunch of them and figuring out how many you can finish without having to look up a walkthrough. Okay, so before we check out this this old endpoint over here, let's run a little Ferrix Buster. So Ferrix Buster is a modern directory busting tool that I think I like it more than GoBuster because the interface looks nicer than GoBuster, and it also does recursive scanning. So if it finds a directory, it'll try to go inside that directory and see if it can find anything in that directory as well. This isn't a feature that you can find in GoBuster. So let's see, we feed it some extensions, PHP, TXT, BAK. Maybe we can look for an old file extension as well, just in case. And let's go ahead and see if we can find anything. It looks like we've got an upload page. So this is my prediction. We're going to abuse the upload capabilities of the file upload function, and then we're going to get some sort of reverse shell access. This is especially convincing because the server is running PHP. And PHP is one of those scripting languages where you can upload something and then run that code if it's if we're able to find the upload endpoint. And the thing is that we don't know what the upload endpoint looks like or where the upload endpoint is. We should probably find that as well. So we're going to leave this running in the background. We're going to check out the web page manually. So it's going to be 172.17.02. I'm going to reload this. Oh, okay. So we've got a bunch of Spanish. We're going to translate that Spanish. And we're going to see if generate report, upload files about Operation Center. Generating your report. Okay, welcome to the Operation Center, advanced system to generate reports efficiently and effectively. So what we want to pay attention to here is that we can upload files. So we're going to click on this upload files link. And let's let's go ahead and translate this as well. So select a file, upload the file. So the first thing we're going to try is we're going to try to upload a reverse shell file directly. And so just to figure out if there's any sort of filtering going on the application. So we're going to get ready to do this, which means we're going to look for, we're going to copy over a PHP backdoor. Actually, no, let's not do the PHP backdoor. Let's do the reverse shell. The PHP reverse shell. And we've got a PHP reverse shell on Kali Linux in these different directories here. We're just going to copy this one over to our current directory now. So after we do that, we've got the PHP reverse shell file here. What we want to do is we want to modify this file to suit our networking configuration. And then we're going to try uploading the file and executing the file on the web server to give us reverse shell access to the web server. So this is how we're going to break into the machine. So we're going to figure out what our configuration is for Docker. So because this is a Docker container that we're going to be attacking, and it exists on a special interface, and the interface is going to be the Docker 0 networking interface, and our address on this interface is this one right here. So the 1 address. So 172.17.0.1.
Is this a hacking?
Thank you very much, Cybernerd Dante, for redeeming Is This a Hacking? Anytime you do something on the terminal, that's a hacking. Alright, so let's go ahead and edit this PHP reverse shell file. We need to put in our own IP address for our attacker machine in there. So over here in the IP address, we're going to edit that. We're also going to edit the port. I like to use the port 443 because it's usually not blocked by the web server. Cybernerd Dante says, "Happy Monday, nerds! Happy Monday to you too, Cybernerd Dante." Okay, we're gonna save out the this file now that we've adjusted it to suit our networking configuration, and we're gonna try to upload this. So in our reverse shell tab over here, we're gonna do bash, and then we're gonna do netcat, and we're going to set up a reverse shell listener on port 443. So this is the same port that we specified in the reverse shell file. What we're going to try to do is we're going to have the web server activate the reverse shell file, which is going to create a connection between the web server and our attacker machine over here. So let's go ahead and upload that file. So on the web application, we're going to try to upload the file. It's going to be in our temp directory. So we need to go to the temp directory, and we need to select the file. We're going to try uploading it. It might not work. I don't know what this says. Let's translate it in Google Translate. Translate.google.com. Okay, we're going to go from file uploaded successfully. Okay, great. The only thing we need to figure out now is where it uploaded to. So let's go back to our web enumeration. And let's figure out where the file uploaded to. We weren't able to, there's an uploads.js script. We might be able to read that, and we might be able, it might have the directory where the file is uploaded to in the source code. So let's go ahead and copy this and access this inside the web browser. Okay, so we've got upload.php, but does it tell us where it uploads it to? Thank you very much for following. Koski. Not too sure. Let me know how to pronounce your name, Koski, and I'll try to pronounce it correctly in the future. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you have a Hack the Planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so it doesn't look like this. It doesn't look like the form is telling us where the file is uploaded to. If we can't find out where we can access the file on the web server, we're not going to be able to execute the code in the reverse shell file. So let's check out the old directory. So there's an old directory here. This is old.php, I think. Let's try translating this as well. This system is also designed to demonstrate the importance of security in the generation of commands. Data entry should be carefully handled carefully to prevent malicious and command injection. Koski says, thanks a lot, shout out from Brazil. Welcome, thank you, and welcome. I don't know very much in Brazilian. True Serum says Trump did it. Trump did what? Shout out from Brazil. I don't know very much Portuguese. I only know obrigado. Obrigado? That's Portuguese, right? But welcome to the stream. Okay, so what do we got? Generate report. C reports. Oh, C reports. No reports were found. What else is here? Obrigado. Obrigado. Okay. Thank you. What can we do here? We can generate a report. Name of the archive. File name. What do we do with this? Test.txt. Date of the report. Today is 2025 0310. Okay, this is the report. We call it... Oh, this gives us a file path. Wait, is this page vulnerable to OS command injection? How about we do date is this, but we supply some sort of OS command injection in here. Maybe we gonna do this and that and a who am I. Who am I extra operand? Try who am I help for more information. So did we get who am I in here? Don't think we did. Wait, let's translate this. Okay. I think it didn't like the it didn't like the hash symbol. So let's try. Let's try this. Okay. So we do have OS command injection here. So in this old PHP page, we do have OS command injection, and we might be able to use this OS command injection to get. We can do all sorts of stuff with this OS command injection. So this is a bit of a pain in the butt having to put in this all the time. We just need to we just need to terminate the previous command with a semicolon, and then we can put whatever command we want afterwards. So let's try. Well, we can just try doing a reverse shell connection. Let's try going over to rev shells. So rev shells is a place where you can craft reverse shells with different commands, both Windows and Linux. If anybody's interested, this is the IP address over here. So in this case, our IP address is going to be 172.17.01. And let's try our regular bash reverse shell. Unless we actually, so the thing about these Docker containers is that the Docker containers very often don't have very many commands enabled. Let's figure out if there's netcat. So there's no netcat. So in this case, we probably want to do a regular bash reverse shell. So this is the one we want to use. Except I'm going to make it a bash shell and not an sh shell because sh is a little too primitive. Okay, so let's give this generate report. Did it work? Cannot open no such file. Okay, so there's a problem with the reverse shell. So what went wrong with the reverse shell? Not sure, but you know what? We can try to figure out if there is BusyBox on this on the server, because if there is BusyBox, then we can use BusyBox to run some other commands. Okay, there's no BusyBox. What can we do from here? Can we use wget? So let's do which wget. Okay, there is a wget, so we could potentially upload malicious files to the box. Maybe we can upload a netcat. If we can upload netcat, then we can run netcat. Let's try that. So we're just gonna go over GX000. Thank you for redeeming the frog song. Thank you, GX00. How's your day going? Let's see. Cyber Dante says you may be able to write simply to the var www HTML directory. Oh, wait. We can figure out where the reverse shell is. So we uploaded the reverse shell. If we can figure out where it went, then we can just navigate to that page and open up a reverse shell. GX00 says uneventful. Just woke up from a nap. Have a Mars board meeting in 15. They happen on Monday? Oh, Mars, right? Not DC 604. Sorry, I got those two things mixed up. Okay. So we can try to figure out where our reverse shell file was uploaded to. Planning for B-sides. So for anybody who doesn't know, B-sides is a bunch of they're a series of different cybersecurity conferences that happen all over the world, but B-sides conferences are usually very good for for networking with other people who are interested in cybersecurity. So cybersecurity professionals and students, they all tend to go to these B-Sides conferences. So if you're interested in learning a bunch about cybersecurity and meeting some new cool people, then you might as well go to the B-Sides that's happening in your area. So in my case, I would go to and look up B-Sides Vancouver, because that's the major city where I live around, and they've got information for this. So whatever major city you live near, there's probably a B-Sides that's happening there, if it's a big enough city. But go ahead and check that out, because it's always good to know about your cybersecurity scene. Okay, let's figure out where this reverse shell file is. So var www.html. Okay, what do we got? So we got So is it in the reportes directory then? We should probably look inside the reportes directory. Okay, let's go ahead and look in there. Reportes. Huh. It looks like we can't locate our reverse shell file. We uploaded it. I mean, it's not going to be in the old directory, is it? Oh, we should probably check out the old directory. Cyber Dante says, I bet you can touch file.sh, a bash shell in there. I mean, it's probably easier just to send a reverse shell command instead. But I want to find out what exactly is in the old directory to find out to see if there's anything super relevant in there. So HTML old. Okay, what do we have? So we got index.php, index2.php. Index2.php, that's weird. Let's check this out. So index, old, right? Old index2.php. Is this index2.php? I don't even know. Okay, let's try index. Let's just try index.php. Okay. We're gonna play around a little longer and see if we can get a reverse shell with one of these reverse shell commands. If we can't, wait. Let's just. Yeah. So Cyber Dante says that maybe we can upload something to the web page, to the web accessible page. Let's just upload the vulnerable, the PHP reverse shell file. So we can stand up a Python http.server on port 80 and serve up all the stuff in our temporary directory here, including this file. We're going to try to have the server upload the file to the web accessible directories, and then we can activate this PHP reverse shell file. So let's go to here. Okay, so it's going to be wget http our IP address. Oops. 1701 and php reverse shell.php. And how do we get this to output to a specific directory? wget cheat sheet. We want to output it to a specific directory. Output file. Wait, where is it? Output file equals file. Okay, so it's dash O, I think. So dash O dash O equals. We're going to put it in the web root. PHP okay. Oh, it has to be capital O. Let me double check with the AI. Is this correct on wget command syntax? Oh, it's going to tell me that the semicolon shouldn't be there. The semicolon, okay. So get rid of the semicolon. Output file name, okay. Okay, this should be okay. Let's go ahead and run the command. It says permission denied. Oh, you know what? Yeah. So I think we need to put it in the report directory here because the report directory is owned by the www data user that we're running as. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to put it in the old directory. Wait, we're going to put it in the report directory rather. Reportes. Okay, let's try this one. What? Why does it give us this? Okay, so it did save it. It did save it in the reports directory. So let's take a look and see what's going on with our reverse shell. Reverse shell's still here. We're gonna access the reverse shell from the reportes directory. PHP reverse shell.php. Okay, so this is going to make the machine hang, so we now have access. We are the www data user. Defa says no curl on the machine. Not sure. Which curl? No curl. Alright, so we've broken in, so let's go ahead and do a scary hacker voice man.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. What is this machine even called again? It's called, Vulnvault, I think? Vulnvault. Mr. Vulnvault Administrator, it looks like you forgot to secure your application against OS command injection, and that was a big mistake. We were able to access this page with the OS command injection and then inject our own commands. From there, we uploaded a malicious file and had the web server execute it. Maybe you knew about these security misconfigurations, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we'll run an ad on YouTube as well, and we'll also put on a little bird video. Here you go. I'm going to have a little water break, so I'll be back in just about a minute. Enjoy the birds and the music. So everybody, if you don't know, these birds over here, they're called Stellar Jays. They're the blue jays of the West Coast. And whenever they get a hold of peanuts, what they like to do is they like to shake them around in their mouth to figure out if it's a good peanut or not. I don't know how they figure out if a peanut is a good peanut or not, but they sure do like shaking them around. Anyways, let's go back to our hack in progress. All right, so we just got access to the web server. So from here, we have a netcat shell. Simon Hernandez says burbs. Yep, burbs. That's exactly what they are. And what we want to do is we want to get a better shell for this terminal, and we can actually upgrade our shell from our regular netcat shell to a much better one by giving the following commands. So the first of all, you need to control Z to background this process, and then you need to do STTY-A to get some configurations. Actually, wait. There's one more thing we need to do before we do that. We're gonna foreground. Okay. So we need to figure out which Python is running on the system. So there's Python 3, so we're going to use Python 3 to partially upgrade our shell with this command. So it's Python 3 command import pty pty.spawn bin bash, and that's going to upgrade our shell slightly. From there, we're going to upgrade it even more by backgrounding the shell, getting the configuration for our terminal. So rows 27, columns 111, we're going to be using this in just a little bit. I'm going to do STTY raw minus echo to echo output to this terminal. Then we're going to foreground. Then we're going to keep our music running. We're going to export shell equals bash. Export term equals xterm 256 color. We're going to STTY rows 27, columns 111, and then we're going to reset. And now we've got a much more functional terminal here. So we can do command history by doing the up and down arrow keys. We can do file tab autocomplete. We can do terminal text editors, and all sorts of great stuff. Okay, we've got a fully functional terminal now that can rival any SSH terminal. Great. So from here, let's figure out what our permissions are with sudo-l. There's no sudo command. Great, okay. So there's no sudo command. We want to elevate our privileges. And let's see if there's anything running in the op directory. There's nothing here. Let's see if there's any suspicious SUID binaries. So we're going to find perms perm -4000. Defus says STTY size outputs columns and rows. Oh, okay. So I didn't need to output everything, just the columns and rows with size. Thank you. I'll use that in the future. Okay, so we see that the following binaries here are running with the SUID bit, which means they're run with elevated permissions. I think most of these are normal ones. They're not any super weird SUID binaries here. Let me check with the AI. You can grab your list of SUID binaries and then feed it into the AI and ask it if there's any weird ones here. So, are there any strange SUID binaries in this list? Paste in the list. Okay, so SUID binaries, it's explaining what they are. So these binaries are expected to have the SUID bit set because they require elevated privileges to perform their tasks. So these are normal. Are there any strange SUID binaries? None of these binaries in your list are inherently strange. Okay, so there's nothing here. We need to find another way to do privilege escalation. So first of all, let's go into the home directory and Samara. So there's a Samara user. And we can take a look at, so there's a user.txt flag here. We're not going to read that. There's a message.txt. Whoops. Let's go ahead and read that message.txt. Permitted a key is here. No tienes permitido estar aquí. Frowny face. Let's go ahead and translate that. You are not. You are not. No tienes. Tienes is allowed. No, permitido is allowed. Estar is to be here. Aquí is here. To be here. To be here. No tienes is I should learn Spanish by doing that. I don't have permission to be here. I don't have permission to be here. Okay. Okay, so from here, what can we do? There's an SSH key, so maybe we can steal the SSH key. Let's see what's inside this directory. So there's an SSH key in here. You don't have permission to be here. So there's an ID RSA SSH key in here. We might be able to steal it. Let's... Oh, you know what? We could have stolen this key when we were doing our OS command injection. Okay, but anyways, SSH, ID RSA. Okay, so we got the ID RSA key here. We could try to steal the key. So we're just going to copy all this. Particle to do, we love ID RSA. Yeah, we sure do, Particle to do. I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been? How have you been? You've been doing a lot of cybersecurity stuff, hacking stuff? There's a... Do you do CTFs? Okay, let's go ahead and create this file. So ID RSA, paste this in. So this is Samara's IDRSA key. Let's try logging in as Samara. So SSH Samara. So Samara. Oh, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work because the permissions. I need to change the permissions on the IDRSA key. Okay, let me copy this command first. We need to chmod 600 the IDRSA key. This is going to give the SSH key the proper permissions. Particle Duty says, I'm doing well, and I improved my cybersecurity on Hack the Box. Awesome, awesome. Using Hack the Box to learn more cybersecurity, sharpen your skills. Okay, so the thing about SSH is that it only accepts IDRSA keys, or SSH keys that have a certain file permissions on them. So for Linux, you will be able to tell if an IDRSA key is acceptable to SSH if it doesn't have anything in the public or the group permissions over here. The only permissions it allows are
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
and you
Have a great day.
Nino. Hey, welcome to the stream, and thank you for redeeming Go to Hack. I hope everybody can go to Hack and have a great day. All right, so IDRSA, yeah. So these are the correct permissions here. Only the file user, the file owner, has permissions. So let's go ahead and try to log in as Samara. Okay, so we logged in successfully as a Samara user by stealing their key, and we can just move into, actually, so message and user.txt. We're going to figure out if Samara has any special, there's no sudo. There's no sudo, so there's no sudo permissions. Okay. So another thing that we can take a look at is Samara's bash history. So when you can find bash history on a server, sometimes you can get some very interesting information by taking a look at the bash history. So let's go ahead and take a look at it now. Oh, what is going on here? So we created a file called echo.sh, and then we created some SSH keys. Okay. What is this echo.sh file that's being referenced here? We should probably try to locate this file. So we're going to run the find command and look for, actually let's look for all files that belong to the Samara user. So user Samara, and there's going to be a bunch of processes owned by Samara, so we're going to get rid of all of the process files. Okay, so okay, so nothing super useful here. Let's try looking for that echo.sh script. So let's run for name. Oops, echo.sh. Okay. So it's in local user local bin echo sh. Let's take a look at the file permissions on that. So it's owned by root. So this is a root script. We can read it and we can write to it, This doesn't seem very safe. This isn't safe at all. So this is a root script, and it's probably being run as a cron job. That's my guess. Let's go ahead and cat etc cron tab. No, there's no such file or directory. Okay. Cron tab -L. There's no cron tab command. We need to figure out if this. I'm guessing that this is being run as a cron job. I can confirm it if I use the pspy program. So let's go ahead and download the pspy program. Pspy GitHub. So pspy is a program you can run on Linux servers to monitor processes, and it'll tell you what processes are running on regular intervals. So unprivileged Linux process snooping. If anybody's interested in this repository, it is over here. So we're just going to get a binary for this. So pspy 64. We're going to get the link for this and download it. Let's download this thing. Okay, so this is downloaded now, and we're just going to upload it to the target. We're going to run our Python web server, and then we're going to wget to download this pspy binary. Let's move into, actually this is Samara's home directory. We should be able to download to this directory. Okay. We'll use wget again. We'll download the file. Is it called pspy 64? Let me check. pspy 64, okay. Okay, so we downloaded it. Let's make it executable. And then let's run it. Output it to spy.txt. Run it as a background process. Okay, so after a little bit, we should take a look at the spy.txt file. This is going to be the output of the pspy binary, and it should be able to tell us if there are any processes that are being run on a regular at regular intervals. So okay, so it looks like echo.sh is being run on a regular basis. We see because we can tell because it shows up in the list multiple times. So we can probably inject some malicious commands in there and then have them run. Let's go ahead and set up our reverse shell again. Exit, exit, exit. Oh, okay. The terminal is not responsive anymore. Let's set up a reverse shell over here. So we'll rename this reverse shell. Let's give this a shiny color. Netcat NLVP 443. Okay. So we've got our reverse shell happening over here on port 443. All we need to do now is edit the echo.sh file over here. So the echo.sh file is being run on a regular interval, and it's being run by root, and it's also writable. So this is a big security no-no, and we can take advantage of this by editing the file with Nano. Oh, so all it's doing is, oh, thank you very much for following, Cypher Freak. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. And if you're watching the stream and you wanna check out the stream some more, go ahead and leave a follow. That would be very much appreciated. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Cypher Freak. And here is a Hack the Planet just for you.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get it.
Okay, so we're supposed to no tienes permitido estar aquí. So we can change. We'll change the message as well. How about the message is going to be, you are welcome here, HackerFrogs for forever. Actually, no. We'll put a. There you go, heart. There. That's a great message there. All right. Particle to do says, let me in. Okay. Let's see. You are welcome here, HackerFrogs forever. That's the message. And then we're going to. What are we going to do for the reverse shell? So maybe we can insert a Python reverse shell, because we know there is Python 3 on the target. So let's craft a Python 3 reverse shell. Where is... So Python 3, Python 3 shortest. Okay, let's try this one. Defus says chmod plus x bin bash. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, so that is going to give the SUID bit to bin bash. Yeah, that's a good idea. I was gonna create a reverse shell command, but this is much better. So chmod plus s to make it a SUID binary. So bin bash. That means we can run the bash command and it runs as root, and we can create our own root shell. So we're going to save the modified buffer. Okay. So after that, let's take a look at bin bash and see if it's been modified. So now bin bash is a SUID binary, which means if we give the bash command, whoops. Wait, let me look this up. Is it bash dash p? Yeah. Okay. So you need to give bash with the -p argument to preserve the preserve the environment, I think. And if we do that, then we get a root bash shell. Who am I? We are root. That means
What are you?
I'm system root.
okay, so we are now root. Awesome. Let's go into the root directory. And there's the root.txt flag in here, and there's also an SSH. Was there an SSH for root? No, there was not. Okay, so we're not going to read the root flag because that's impolite on these live streams. So we're just going to cat root.txt and redirect it into iread root.txt. And because we were able to access root.txt and create this file, this proves that we were able to finish the challenge. Okay, so we just rooted the box. We are done. Awesome. So what do we do? Let me do my write-up. So this is going to be a great way for us to talk about what happened on this box. Write-ups Docker Labs, easy level. This is called... I think this was called Vulnvault. That was the name of the challenge, right? Let me look this up. this was the Vulnvol challenge. Okay, let me write up my my report. There are 2 ports open, 22 and 80. Okay, there's 2 ports open, 22 and 80. When we scan the web app, you see that there is an old endpoint directory. The landing page at the old directory is vulnerable to OS command injection. We use OS command injection to upload a malicious PHP reverse shell file to the web app directory, then access it to gain shell initial access. Okay, so we gain initial access, and then after that, what happened? After we gained initial access, actually, you know what? We saw there was a Samara user. And they had an SSH key that was readable. That's how you spell readable, right? You stole the key and used it to log in with SSH as Samara. Saw in Samara's bash history file. HD Gamer GTS says, yo, welcome HD Gamer GTS, nice to see you here. And it looks like you've got Al Capone as your avatar. Very nice. Let's give you one of these. How about a Nyan Cat? There you go. Okay, so we saw in Tamara's bash history file that they were editing a file called echo.sh. Thank you very much for following, Stan Kuliao. Please tell me how to pronounce your name, Stan. Let me know. Thank you very much. And let's give you a fun redeem as well. We haven't done a few of these in a while. How about the war games?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Only Stan, don't worry. Okay, thank you. Stan, great. Great to see you here, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. So we saw in Samara's bash history file that they were editing a file called echo.sh. We located the file and we saw it was a root-owned file that was writable. Let's see. We used the pspy. Particle Dudu says, I love this movie, War Games. Yeah, War Games is a great movie. I actually only recently watched it. But it is a classic, and and with all the AI stuff that's happening right now, it's kind of a more scary movie now. So we used the pspy program to determine that the echo.sh script was being run at regular intervals. We then edited the echo.sh file to make the bash binary a SUID binary, which lets us run bash and become the root user. Finis. Okay, great. That was the Vulnvault machine. That's one done and one to go. There's an ad running on at Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a break and have some water. People on YouTube also got an ad. And let's go ahead and cue up some birds. Enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. And I'll be back in just about a minute or so. SparkleDD says Vulnvault. Right. Sorry. I didn't catch your message in time, Stan, about what machine we're doing, but we're doing the Vulnvault machine from Dockerlabs, and Dockerlabs is it's a platform where you can deploy vulnerable Docker machines. And we just finished the Vulnvault one. The privilege escalation on that machine is very interesting. Yeah. I think the privilege escalation was a little more complicated than I was expecting it to be, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and put the birds away. Particle duties, if possible, some AD. So we do Windows on Fridays now. We do Linux on Mondays. We do web app on Wednesdays. And we do Windows stuff on Fridays. So if you come back on Friday, we'll be doing some Windows. Let's move on to the next challenge. Thank you very much for following Particle Doo. Thank you very much. And why don't I give you a fun little redeem? You are now a HackerFrog, and why don't you have a... Oh, how about the Unix system? It's a Unix system.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
So who knew that using a Unix system could help protect you from dinosaurs? I certainly didn't. Okay, so we've got... Let's get rid of the PHP reverse shell and the pspy. Actually, we might still use the pspy in the future, so let's keep it around for right now. And we're going to move on to the next challenge. So let's shut down the Docker container. And let's do a little bit of cleanup on our terminals here. Research terminal, the brute forcing terminal, the web enum terminal, the nmap terminal. Okay. So let's get rid of the files that we just finished. Let's get rid of the Vulnvault files, and let's get... we don't need to get rid of the auto deploy script. Let's download the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be the ALEN challenge. I'm not too sure why it's called ALEN. We'll probably figure that out in just a second. Let's download the challenge. Okay, so it shouldn't take very long. It's less than 200 megabytes to download this file. So in our Docker container directory, it has not finished downloading yet. Okay, so we've got the zip file here, so let's unzip the file. And then let's run the auto deploy to deploy the Docker container. Okay, so we've got our message in Spanish as usual. Stan says, I think I made the Alien machine 3 days ago. It's entertaining. Oh, so Stan, you also do these Docker Labs challenges. Is that correct? Because I'm looking for more people who are doing these challenges. Because I think they're pretty fun. They're pretty cool. Let's do SSH keygen to get rid of the entry for. So if Stan, if you do these challenges as well, you probably know that you have to wipe these IP addresses from the known hosts every once in a while, because otherwise SSH freaks out. Okay, so let's run our Nmap scan. So Nmap, we're going to run it on all the ports. We're going to run it very verbose. We're going to run it with common scripts and versioning information. And we're going to run it very fast, but not too fast, on this IP address. That said, let's... Stan says, always has the same IP for Docker. Yeah, it's nice sometimes, but it's not nice. Oh, looks like we've got Samba. So Samba is associated with these two ports here. Let's see. So there's port 139 and 445 that are associated with SMB, or in this case it's going to be Samba, because this is a Linux server. They've also got port 80 and port 22. So I haven't done very much with Samba in a little while, so it'll be interesting to see what we're gonna find on the SMB service. So my prediction for this box is that we're gonna find some sort of credentials on port 139 or 445, or we're gonna find the credentials on port 80, which allows us to access 139 and 445, and that's gonna let us get access to port 22. That's my prediction. But what do we have here? We've got a login page on the Apache web server. Oh, Stan said that you finished this one. Okay. So Stan, all right. I hope I don't get stuck. But if I do get super stuck on this box, I might ask you for a hint or two. But anyways, let's make a new tab for enumerating SMB, or Samba in this case. Samba enum, and let's give this a color. We'll make it white. No, we'll make it brown. There you go. Enum for Linux. So Enum for Linux is your go-to tool for doing Samba enumeration. We're going to figure out if we can get any super relevant information. Okay, so we got my share backup 24 home. I wonder how many of these we can access. We've got this user over here, Satriani7. Let's copy this, and we'll probably be doing some enumeration against that user in a little bit. So we can access my share. So we'll probably be accessing my share with the SMB client. So we've also got these Usario users, Usario 1, 2, and 3. Okay, let's copy all this. We're going to create a little users file. Oh, there's also a Ubuntu user. Let's copy all this stuff. Particle Dudu says Satriani is a very famous guitarist. Huh, I did not know that. We've got all these regular. We've got these usernames over here. Okay, so first of all, we should probably create our users file. So we're gonna... Let's go ahead and create our users file. Usario1 and Usario2 and Usario3 and Satriani and Administrador. Okay, and let's get rid of this, all this stuff here. They've got a lot of white space over here. Let's get rid of it all. Okay, so we've got our users list. I think most of these users should be... I think most of these users are going to be red herrings, and the only relevant user is going to be the Satriani user. Let's go ahead and save this out. Oh, there's this ID RSA key that from the last challenge. Let's get rid of that. And we also have this this Python script. Let's get rid of that too. Okay, let's access the web page to see if there's anything interesting there. There's a registration link, but that doesn't go anywhere. Let's try the SQL injection. So we've got our SQL injection over here. It looks like it doesn't. Looks like that is not the correct one. Okay, that's fine. We should probably check the. We should check the HTML source just in case there's anything super interesting in here. If there were, I wouldn't be able to read it. That's interesting. There's an email in here. This might be relevant, or this might not be. I'm gonna throw this into the translate. Okay, so let's throw this into Google Translate to see if this is actually example@email.com. This is not going to be this is not going to be relevant. Yeah, no. Okay. We could try doing some brute forcing attacks because we've got the user list. We should probably look at the Samba, the Samba shares. So we're going to use SMB client to access, what was it called, my share, I think. And it's going to be Diva says you should try to automate the user parsing using Linux tools. I know there are not a lot of users and you can do it manually, but there may be hundreds of users sometime. Yeah, sometimes, well, I do that occasionally. Usually I ask the AI to help me out with the Linux command that's going to grab just the username. But in this case, there were not very many users, but I see why you would think that way. Particle deduce size, why null session? I think null session should be relevant in this case. Hold on. Wait. Let me get that information one more time. I think I might have typed in the share, my share, so it should be this one. Mapping okay, listing okay, writing NA. Anyways, Most of the time it's not that hard to do from time to time, but I get your point. User for Samba. Samba, yeah. What were you doing again? Okay, we were doing SMB client. Okay, so let's try guest. Guest didn't work. What is Usario 1? So what did they... Am I using the SMB client command correctly? Should probably look this up. -n. Okay, that's anonymous login. Thank you very much for the help, Defus. Okay, so what do we have? Access.txt. So are there credentials in here? So get access.txt. Then, yeah, that's it. Let's get out of here. Cat access.txt. Oh, looks like base64. Wait, no, this is not base64. There are underscores. Huh, I wonder what kind of Wait, this looks like... This might be base64. bcrypt. Particle deduce says bcrypt. Particle deduce, I think you can get a list of users. So we got the list of users. Bcrypt. Cat access.txt base64. Decode. Oh, okay. So this is a JSON web token. Yeah. So we need to figure out. So algorithm is RS256. Type is JWT, and then the rest of this stuff is not valid. So if we can craft a valid JWT, wait, is this just the cookie? Do I just substitute this in to my cookie value? Let's try looking at the web app one more time. Oh, this is not the web app we're looking for. I need to clean up my tabs. Okay, so did we receive a cookie? Actually, how about guest? Can we log in as guest? No. And do we have cookies? Let's see if we have cookies. We don't have any cookies for this. Okay. We need to figure out how to potentially log into this application. Whoops. Don't want to do this. There's a registration link that doesn't go anywhere. We haven't done any enumeration on this application yet. We should probably do that. So let's go over to web enumeration, and let's. So we got info.php. Info.php. Huh. Should probably check that out. Okay, so this, every time I come across the info.php output, there's something I wouldn't say it's GG yet, but this does give us a lot of information. If we can find some sort of super sensitive information, we could potentially break in. It is PHP version 8.3.6. I don't know if there's a vulnerability associated with this version or not. We could probably search for that. So probably not in this case. Wait, what was the version in 8.3.6? 8.3.6. 8.3.9. 8.3.5. 8.3.8. Okay, so I'm gonna say that there's nothing here for now, and let's move on to something else. Is directory indexing turned on? I wonder what that looks like. PHP registered streams. We've got all these configuration. Webmaster. Okay, so the user group is www.data. Server administrator is webmaster at localhost. Huh. I wonder if we can use that. We can use this. Oh, we need to supply a. Okay. Webmaster at localhost test. So is this the correct? This is we need to break in using some sort of email address, right? Apache 2. Tigerel says, is directory indexing turned on? Sorry, I stepped away for a minute. No worries, no worries. I'm gonna ask the AI if there's any funny modules loaded in here, because there was this one time where there was. Are there any unusual modules loaded in PHP here? Okay, it says standard. None of them seem unusual or out of place, so there's nothing unusual or out of place in here. Okay. Anyways, let's move on. Thank you very much for following Mute. Mute, thank you very much for the follow. You are now HackerFrog. And why don't we give you one of these?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so the name of this challenge is Alien. Alien. So the word "all" is going to be involved in the in how to solve the problem, probably. Particle DD says, with PHP, I had some idea as PHP filter, popen, something like that. It's been a while since I've taken a look at the PHP info output here, but it's usually, this is a lot of information. So document root, okay. Webmaster server admin, webmaster at localhost. So we might need to do some brute forcing here. Script file name, info.php. No value. HTTP headers. Calendar, core. The problem is that I'm not used to looking at PHP info output, so it's hard for me to figure out which which pieces of information are very important and which ones I can safely ignore. File info, filter, FTP, get text, hashes. Okay, so we have this this JSON web token. If we can figure out what name, hack tricks and hacker recipes can help you. Yeah, I just need to figure out what this what the name of the cookie is supposed to be. If I know what the name of the cookie is supposed to be, I can just create the cookie, and I might be able to log in to the application by just by using the cookie. So let me try asking the AI. So here we have a web app that is running PHP, and I have valid JWT cookie value. What is the likely name for the cookie? Let's see. Helpful Huxley says JWT is signed, so unless you have the private key, but there's no session, if I understand. Yeah. So JWT common cookie name. So there could be JWT token, auth token, access token, etc., etc., etc. Bearer token, app token, user token. Well, we could try to brute force the administrator account. So if we want to try brute forcing the administrator account, I have to start up Burp Suite and start recording some of those, and start recording some of these requests. So we'll try to record webmaster at localhost. I think that was the email address. Let's go ahead and start up the Burp Suite browser. That web app is at okay. So it's going to be webmaster at localhost. Put in a password, try to log in. Okay, didn't work. So we have as much as we need recorded to start doing some brute forcing attacks. So let's go over to HTTP history. This is the post request. And let's save this as copy to file. Call this request.txt. Okay. So from here, we can use FFUF. Okay, so we've got all the... Oh, we need to edit this file. We need to edit the request.txt file. Let's do that. So we need to specify a fuzzing point. So the email has to be webmaster something something. Password is going to be fuzz. Let's see. Helpful Husky says, "Oh, I see what you mean about the JWT. Sorry, I only just got here. You found it and want to try using it. I see. Yeah. That's one thing that we could try doing. I'm going to try brute forcing Actually, we should make a... Yeah, so FFUF here. We're going to try brute forcing the page over here. Whoops. There's a site, jwt.io, if you want to show the whole JWT. You know what? I should probably do that. Okay, so status 200, size this, words this, lines this. I should probably filter on one of these. So I'm going to filter on... I'm going to try filtering on the status 200. Because I'm pretty sure that in this case, if I get a valid email and a valid password, it's going to try redirecting me to another page. That's my guess. Or I could try filtering on the size. Maybe I should filter on the size. So filter size, 35, 43. Oh, there's ads in progress. Okay, sorry. Ads for YouTube as well. And why don't you guys watch this? Okay, I'm gonna have a little water break, just a second. Okay, so we're back. Sorry about that. Anyways, let's we're gonna try using FFUF to brute force the password. We're gonna filter on this size of request, this size of response, because it looks like all of the failed logins have this size. And I'm guessing that the successful ones are not going to have this size. Okay, so it's going through rocky.txt. We're just going to leave this alone for right now, and let's figure out the full content of that JSON web token. 700 Dante knows the way. The way is brute forcing, of course. Okay, so it's jwt.io. Our good friend Helpful Husky recommended that. Let's check it out. jwt.io. Okay, so we can enter this stuff here. Oh, okay. Huh. So we've got an email in here. Yeah. We should be using this email instead. Let's copy this. Awesome. Yeah, that's your email. That's right. Okay, let's go ahead and get out of here. We're going to go back to our brute forcing. We're going to replace... the email in the request.txt, and we're going to switch it over to the proper one. So do I need to URL encode this? Maybe I do. I'll URL encode it just for fun. Okay, so let's try encoding this. Alright. So we'll just paste in our proper email address, and then we're going to try that that brute force one more time. Control U in Burp Suite. Yeah. I wasn't happened to be using Burp Suite at that time, but you know what? I think we can. Let me try this out. Control U. Well, I mean, the inspector over here does the URL encoding automatically. Actually, you know what? I could just paste it in here and then get the get it like that. All right, so let's. Looks like we haven't gotten anything so far. Satriani 7. This is going to take a little while, so I'm just going to go somewhere else. So another thing we can take a look at is the rest of the JSON web token here. So role user, expiration, bunch of other stuff, public key. So what can we do with the JWK? Pardon me if I don't feel if it doesn't sound like I know about this stuff, because I do not. So we've got RSA, we've got what can we do with this information? Or maybe what we should do is try to brute force the webmasters. Try to brute force the webmasters login first, and then use the JWT to assume the session of the Satriani user. Satriani. Weren't able to find anything so far. Otherwise, what are some other things that we could be doing on this box? 80, 22, 445, 1... Okay, I think we've run out of... So... The Samba, right. The Samba. There were some other file shares. Okay, so let me... Brute forcing is still going. I think we're halfway through. This is really quick. This is what I like about FFUF. It is nice and fast. Better than Hacktricks? Whoa. Could something be better than Hacktricks? Let's see. Tigerel says, among the algorithms that OpenPGP can use, there's RSA. I could try to brute force the name of this cookie. So, cookie names, locate, seclist, grep cookie. Nope. Let's look for... Locate cookie. Nmap scripts. Cookie list. Okay. Nicto cookies. Cookie flags. Is there a list of cookie names? Helpful Huxley asks, where did you find the JWT? So the JWT was sitting around in the Samba share, the default Samba share. Thank you very much for following, Hassan Hijazi. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now a HackerFrog. How about you have one of these? Okay, so maybe I'll just ask the AI to make up a little list. Let's see. Check the application code. Set cookie. I can't check the application code. So the cookie is named JWT. Maybe I can see it in an HTTP request like this. Security information. Okay. Give me a list of common cookie names for JWT. One name per line. Helpfosky says, cool, JWT.io, I think it showed the JWT with an expiry date. I wonder if it's expired or not. Sorry if I talk too much. No, don't worry. I'm here to talk with people. This is what I'm here to do. Let me try copying the list, and I'll just create a list. Maybe I can do a little bit of fuzzing with this. Nano cookie name.txt. Okay, so we might do some fuzzing with these cookie names. Tigerel says, did you run GoBuster yet? You know what? I should probably run Ferrix Buster. So let's do that. So Ferrix Buster, and I think this should be fine. Okay, we find index.php. We found we got some errors. Alright, we'll just leave this to go. Our brute forcing should be finished pretty soon. We didn't find anything. So it looks like Satriani, we're not going to be able to brute force their password like this. Actually, wait. This is pretty far from finished. Never mind. Helpfulowski says the setup with the JWT is such a bait. Well, we did manage to find the email address, and the email address, the JWT is key. And let's see if the expiry date is relevant here. So expiry date, oh, it already expired. This expired back in October. I should probably figure out when this machine was created, because if it was created with the intent that we would be able to log in, then okay. So JSON claims table. When was it valid from to you? It should be super short. Yeah. Well, if it's a well-written one, it shouldn't be super long. Tigerel says, I'm thinking you're chasing the white rabbit. Well, Thank you very much for following Spirit Guide 120. Thank you very much. And we just met our follower goal. Thank you very much. Now we have 730 followers. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Why don't you have a... Oh, what haven't we done in a while? How about the Desert Frog? This is the desert frog. It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so, Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tigerel. Okay, so let's, what can we do? So we got this brute forcing thing going on. I don't think... How long is this going to do? Duration? It's been going on for 10 minutes. Thank you very much for following, KN188. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. And Sean Connolly says, great stream. Thank you very much. We try, we try. How about we give you... Man, what redeems haven't we used in a while? How about all the things?
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Alright, thank you very much for following KN188. Thank you. Alright, so we got our brute forcing happening over here. It looks like it's going to take quite a while to brute force all these passwords over here. So maybe that is not the way to go. We could also do some brute forcing against the Samba service over here. But how do we do that? Cypher Freak says, by my calculations, you have another 60 minutes on that crack. Another 60 minutes on that crack. Well, I wonder if it's worth keeping this going. Because if it's going to take another hour or so, I don't know if it's usually if something is going to be successful as far as brute forcing is concerned, it usually comes back pretty fast. But then again, that's the gamified version of it. Web enumeration. What else did we found? Productos.php. So this is a new endpoint that we need to check out. Productos.php. Let's copy this and check out this page. So we just finished. Okay, let's check out Productos. This is the login page. What about Productos? Okay, we've got a shop. Oh wow, we just unlocked a new thing. This is all sorts of new stuff to look at. Okay, welcome to Shoppo, the best online store for all your favorite products. Okay, sure. Special off seed. Get a 20% discount on your first purchase. We've got products. We've got a message form. So is this message form going to be some sort of what are the links over here? Contact, products, about, home. We can send a message. Let me take a look at the code, at the source code for this. Okay, we got some JPEGs over here. Product1.jpg, product2. Let's start opening these up and see if there's anything important in here. Contact form. So we should probably investigate the feedback form to see if there's anything. Okay, so these these files don't exist. The files that that are the pictures of these products do not exist. Okay, so your name, test, your email, test at test.com, your message, test, message. I don't think that did anything. Stan says, want a hint? Sure, I'll take a hint because I can't be on here more than about an hour more. So if something's gonna speed it up, I'll take a little hint. So this is called all Ian, all something. When was this created? This was created in October 10th of 2024. Info.php, productos.php. So is there like a Spanish directory busting list? So we would do locate seclist grep Spanish. So subdomain Spanish, common and Spanish web content, language Spanish. Did I say yes or no? No, I said yes. Look for contact form on Burp Suite for a reflection, perhaps. So reflection doesn't get us. Reflection's not something that is very relevant for. It's usually not relevant for these kind of challenges, but I can go ahead and try that out. So Productos, PHP. So we can try sending test name, test at test.com, test message. Okay, let's take a look in Burp Suites. So productos.php, this was a GET request, right? No? What happened when we pressed that button? It looks like nothing happened. It didn't send anything. So it was a bust. Wait. Okay, so Stan says by the directories of the page is not. What? By the directories of the page is not. It's not the directories of the page. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, we've got our cookie names, we've got our cookie value over here. Let's change up the music. Maybe that'll help us out. It's time for some FTL. Here we go. Brute forcing's still going. Okay, we got Spanish. So I guess it's not the... We're not looking for a specific directories then. That's where that was the hint. How can we've got our list of users over here. Got Ubuntu, Usario 1, 2, and 3, and Administrador. We've only tried brute forcing with the web app on the login page. Are there other places we could try brute forcing? Of course, we could start brute forcing SSH. It's probably not the wise thing to do. We got that email. What about LFI with file equals something something password? You know, you're right. We could try doing some. We could try doing some local file inclusion, because these are all a bunch of PHP pages. So maybe we could try productos.php, and we're gonna create another request file out of this. Copy to file. Let's call this request to txt. Okay. So we could try doing an LFI, well, what is it? A parameter fuzz with request to. So let's see, productos.php fuzz equals like this. This is a GET request. Yeah, okay. Helpful Husky says top line. Top line? Top line? Oh. Yeah, you're right. It's the top line. Okay. Okay. Let's save that out. Thank you very much for the input, Helpful Husky. I would have spent a bunch more time trying to figure that out otherwise. Okay, so we can do ff. Let's see. Let's make another tab. Let's call it brute forcing 2. So this is going to be for my parameter fuzz. Seclist has good LFI. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Locate. Actually, locate. So, locate. Let's look for LFI lists. Maybe this is not the best way to look for it. LFI is in all caps in seclist, I believe. Okay, let's Okay, so we've got the JHADX one. Let's try this one. Graceful Security Linux, Graceful Security Windows. No. Actually, we're looking for parameters. We're locate cyclist grep param. Okay, so we're looking for this. So burp parameter names.txt. Parameter, yeah. Request2.txt. Word list is going to be. We got ads on Twitch, so we're going to do ads on YouTube as well. And man, I'm running out of bird videos. How about this one? That's a lot of sparrows. Alright, we'll be back in about a minute. I'm just going to take a little water break. Okay, so if anybody doesn't know what birds these are, then Stan says, I don't know how to give you a clue because if I say something, you'll know where it is. Okay, well, I might ask for a big hint in about 20 minutes or so, because in about 20 minutes I'm going to be pretty close to my mandatory ending time over here. I love this guy. Yeah, eat those peanuts. Okay, let me get out of here. And okay. So let's do our... So size. We need to filter on size in this case. In this case, we're going to filter size 5229. And it looks like we didn't find anything. Are we close? Is it hot or cold? That's a good question. Brute forcing is still going on over here. Do I need to... I'm sure that the email has to be relevant. Because otherwise, I would be very, very... Maybe cold. Maybe cold. The email has to be relevant here. Whether or not we need to log in as this user, not sure. Okay. Stan, please answer this question. Is the JWT super important to solving the challenge? Is the information in the JWT super important? Please tell me if it is or not. Let's see. Let's do another one. Copy the request.txt into request3.txt. Let's edit the request3. It's not really important. It's the JWT is not really important. Okay, well, that man, that's a rabbit hole. If the JWT is not important, that's a really big rabbit hole. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Is the PHP info important? That's another good question. Got my PHP info right here. Let's see. Cyber Dante said, have you tried com injection in the email parameter? Com injection. I don't know that. I don't know what com injection is. Could you elaborate? Stan says PHP will be taken care of, but more on that later. Command injection on the email parameter. SQL map. SQL map. I mean, what could be... Do you think the login is SQL injectable? Is that what you're trying to say, Particle to do? So are we looking at the login page over here? Are you saying that there could be some sort of SQL injection in here? Perhaps the mail is injectable. Well, brute forcing is still happening here. Let's go ahead and this is request 3. Okay, let's get out of here. SQL map. There were other files in the Samba, but we didn't have access to them. So Samba, it's been a while since we did Samba in here. SMB client. Try cat or ls. So there are these other shares. There's the backup 24 and the home, but we are not able to. You can access to my share. Yes, that's where we got the JWT stuff from. So there's the home, there's my share, there's backup 24. And there's production. Backup seems to be juicy. Yeah, it is, but we don't have access to it. Maybe I should do some brute forcing with the SMB protocol. So, how do we do SMB brute forcing? Or specifically, what is it called? Samba brute forcing. Okay, so brute force Samba. NetExec does not play very good. Does not play very nice with Samba. It's good with Windows, but is not good with Linux. Brute force SMB. SMB brute force attempt. Let's ask the AI. What program is good for brute forcing Samba passwords? Stan says if you want, I can tell you a tool to use and you can pull it from there. Yeah. If you could tell me which tool is a good fit, let me know. Thank you, Stan. Particle Dudu says CMEs crap map exec mapping. So crap map exec has been replaced by netexec. Crap map CME. Okay, so maybe we can try using netexec to do some brute forcing. So in that case, we would do netexec SMB, right? And we would want to SMB to John. What was the name of the user again? Sartini or something? Cat users. Satriani7. So this is the user. The password is going to be okay, let's see if this works. So this is a Samba server. This is really slow. This is not slow anymore. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay, we we brute forced. We brute forced the Satriani 7. Okay, now we can log in. We can do SMB client, and actually we can get shares. So the password is going to be 50 cent. Who knew this guy was a big fan of 50 cent? I didn't. I hate brute force. Well, there's a lot of brute force in these easy level challenges. Okay, so can we get their shares? So we can read my share in backup 24. So let's just waltz in there and grab the backup 24. Satriani 7. Password is 50 cent. Okay. This is all empty. Alphalowski says if brute force is less than 2 minutes, I think it's alright. Unfortunately, some Dockerlabs machines are designed for brute force. There's a lot of Dockerlabs machines that are designed for brute force, especially in. Well, Stan, let me know. Have you done? I've only done the very easy and the easy level machines. Have you tried? Have you tried the medium level or higher level difficulty containers? So we've got credentials, but we don't know if the SSH credentials and the SMB credentials are the same. We can try them out. Let's go ahead and try that out. $17.02 50 cent. Okay, that's not their password. Okay, not their password. So we've got all these directories. The problem is that it says that these directories are empty. If these directories are actually empty, then Particle DD says password reuse for easy seems to be good. Well, I mean, it makes sense for easy level machines. Let's check out this oddly labeled directory. Nothing here. Stan says, for medium and hard ones, brute force is also used, but only for some of the ones I... Okay. Can I put some... Oh, right, that's a good point. Maybe we could put something in the SMB. The problem is that none of these directories seem to be web accessible. If if one of these directories seemed to have the web page inside of it, then that would be an obvious in. But I don't think that's the case. So there's software and files, but wait. Why is it showing this as 0 bytes? Why is it showing this as... That's really weird. So are these actually empty files? If they're empty files, then I'm very sad. We downloaded these files, but they're empty. That's no good. And we can't read these files. This seems to be a bust. They're files, but they're empty. Can you log into the web app? Well, I mean, we've already done our brute force attack. Let me grab the let me grab the email one more time. Maybe just try with just the username. Just the username. Let me grab that email address one more time. Okay, let's try this email address and the 50-cent password. Okay, looks like it wasn't it. Nope. Brute forcing isn't going. No CMS. Well, we can't log in, so we can't. Even if there is a CMS, we need to get access to it before we can start doing something. Let's see. I don't think there's... Is Wappalizer on here? Wappalizer. Okay, there's Wappalizer right here. I don't think... Well, I mean, we could try adding this. Okay, so Wappalizer was installed. Let's take a look over here and inspector with Wappalizer. What about that parameter that we fuzzed? Time to whap that Lizer. Is this running? Open extension. Is the extension running? Nope. Open extension. So when we tried to open this extension, nothing happened. Okay, so what can we do? We used crack. We used a netexec. Let's see. Particle deduce. I got an idea. The Apache is vulnerable. Is the Apache vulnerable? That's a good question. So the Apache is running which version? This version. We can search for an exploit. Okay, so it doesn't look like this version of Apache is vulnerable. So maybe there's something in here that I'm missing. Let's search through these directories methodically. Credential. Whoa. This looks like actual files. Hot. Now we're hot. Okay, great. Great. What is this? Okay. Archive of credentials. Okay. Let's throw this in Google Translate, because I don't speak Spanish. The document exposes user credentials, including that of the admin user. All right. Keep these credentials in a safe place. Contrasena is a password. Looks like it says username and password. Change passwords periodically. Do not share these credentials without authorization. Okay, so let's do some password spraying. Let's create let's call this users.txt. Then we'll do another one called pass.txt. Oops. Well, we need to copy. Copy. Okay, let's go ahead and just okay, so these are users. Okay, so these are users. The next thing we need to do is we need to create that password list. We need to get only the lines with the contra on it. Grep. Why didn't it get the other lines with the contra on it? Capital C. Oh, right. It's... Okay. So, grep this, and then cut D. Cut D. What does it look like? Cut D. Space. What does it look like? Awk F. Awk F. What game is the soundtrack from again? It's the Faster Than Light, FTL. The name of the game is FTL. Awk F. So, let me look this up real quick. Cut Linux cheat sheet. FTL was a good game. FTL's still a good game. Still a good game. Okay, so if we want to cut characters, fields, F. Cut DF. Right. Okay. Okay. F. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Okay. So it counts each. All right, all right. Let's try 7. Try 6. These are all the passwords here, but the problem is that there's an extra space in one of the fields. Okay, so this is almost okay. Pass mod. The extra password is this one. I'll just add this one in manually. So this goes between D White and E Miller. Okay, so we got our password list. We can try to do what can we try to do? We can try to do Hydra. So Hydra L users.txt P what was the syntax for Hydra again? Okay, let's give this a try. There are not that many combinations, so this should come back pretty quick. Okay, we got the administrator password, so we can go ahead and log in as the administrator. Man, I'm getting tired. Where's our reverse shell? Administrator? Okay, we're in. It's not administrator, right? We're dealing with the Spanish. Okay, we're the administrator. Great. Well.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. This is the last time I'll be here on this stream. And anyways, we managed to go back and forth between SMB and more SMB and then even more SMB, and then we found a file with a bunch of credentials on it. We decided to do some brute forcing with the SSH protocol after we found the credentials. And then we found the administrator's credentials. We used those credentials to log in. And now... now we're in.
You know, I didn't even realize we had an ad going on. Sorry about that. Maybe you didn't see any of Scary Hacker Voice Man. But anyways... Let's, it was easy, but a lot of rabbit holes. There were a lot of rabbit holes. Let's see. War games.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so from here... What is up with this prompt over here? Time to hydrate. I think... So there's Python 3. Maybe we should upgrade our shell a little bit with Python 3. Then again, we're SSH'd in here. I don't know. Actually, let's use Python 3 to upgrade the shell. Yeah, this looks better. This looks much better. Okay, let's sudo l, password for administrator. Oh, I think we still have it copied. May not run sudo. Okay, we can't run sudo. Yeah, no. I just wanted to get a slightly better looking prompt over here. Okay, so let's move into the home directory, and what's here? So Satrian 7, Ubuntu, Usario 1, 2, and 3. We should probably figure out if there are any SUID binaries. Find the web app database. I don't think... Okay, let's see. So we're administrator group, but I don't know if we have any super special permissions. So there's bash logout, cache profile. We can't move into the root directory. We don't have permissions. Maybe more creds. Okay, so there was actually something I missed looking at. There was another note or something. So notes.txt. Tu como pitas. You what? What does that mean? Tu como pitas? How do you whistle? How do you whistle? That's a good question. Okay. Let's Let's take a look in here. So there's info.php, index.php, back.png. Back.png? That's weird. Why is it so big? Productos.php. Philosophical. Maybe. Nothing's... Okay, so... You know, index.php gives me... Index.php. So was there PHP code in here? I don't... There's no PHP code in this PHP file. That's no good. How about this productos.php file? There's no PHP in this either. That's no good. What user is the web app running under? That's a good question. Let's see, PS. So administrator, we've got Python. Root is running SSHD. Root is running SMB client. There's Redis. There's Redis running on this system. Okay, so Redis for credentials, maybe. Yeah. Let's see. Which... There's no BusyBox. There is netstat. Okay, so netstat. So what is the normal port for Redis? Is it... Let me look that up. So Redis is 6379, so that is running. Okay, so we could try... What program do we use to interact with Redis? Port forward with SSH back to your box. This is not. That's not in the scope of an easy machine. Okay, so telnet. We can telnet? We can telnet into Redis? What programs on Linux can be used to interact with the Redis networking service? Redis CLI, okay. Yeah, 700 Dante, I think that might be right. Okay, it exists. Thank you. Thank you very much for following. S2M Green, thank you. Thank you very much. You are now a Hacker Frog. We haven't done one of our battle cries in a hot second. How about a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Okay, so Redis CLI localhost. Let me grab, I need to get the, oh, we've been answering. So telnet, Redis CLI H port. Okay, this looks like it could work. Let's see. S2M Green says, hell yeah, I want to be an elite hacker when I grow up. Why not now? Why not now? Start learning now. Okay, we're logged in. Man, I don't remember what the commands were for Redis. So we're in Redis. What commands should we use to dump all the entries? Info. We got key space. Persistence. Actually, you know what? I did a write-up on a Redis machine before. I should look that up in my write-ups. Let me just a second, everybody. I'm gonna look it up on my local documents. Okay, so I think I found it. Okay, so this is from another. There is nothing in the Redis database, but we can create a web shell using the service. What? Can we? I wonder if that's what we're actually supposed to do. I've got another machine that looks like it's using Redis. Okay. So Redis CLI, select 0. Keys. Empty array. Select 1. Keys. Empty array. Are these all going to be empty arrays? Maybe it's all empty. Maybe. What user is running Redis? It's a good question. Stan, sure. I'll take a hint. I should be eating dinner right now, but I want to finish this off. I think the Mr. Robot. There's a Mr. Robot box. Oh no, that was Mongo. That wasn't Redis. Okay. Remote code execution, huh? On older versions of Redis, you could eval. So let's try hack tricks. Let's look for some Redis stuff. Okay, so we've got a cheat sheet for Redis. Pen testing Redis. Well, it says here there's an RCE, so maybe we can take a look at this. I'm going to shut down my brute forcing. It wasn't going anywhere. So it looks like my CPU usage goes back down to 0. Great. So Redis. The web shell access exception, you can template web shell. So who's running Redis? So it might be root that's running Redis in this case. So let's check it out. Let's get out of here. Okay, so root is running Redis. So if we were somehow to compromise Redis, then we would probably become the root user. So Redis RCE, so interactive shell, Redis rogue server, file write as root and place an SSH key. Maybe? Redis rogue server can automatically get you an interactive shell or reverse shell in Redis if it's under 5.0.5. So we need to figure out what version of Redis is being run on the target. So it's Redis server, right? So Redis server tac version. No, this version of Redis shouldn't be vulnerable because it's reporting version 7.0.15. Stan says what I did was an RCE, but not for Redis. So Redis is Redis is a rabbit hole. Okay, let's just I'm gonna use linps. Just because I want to get out of here quickly. Let's see, build your own releases page. So linps AMD64. This should be it. Downloaded it. Okay. Where'd it go? Where's my linps? There it is. Okay, so let's move it into the temp directory. And then we can run our Python HTTP server, and then download it. .1, okay, linps, what's the name of the file? this one. Okay, downloaded linps. Let's see. S2M Green says, how do you find out about things like linps? Seems like other than learning how to code systems work, a big thing is discovering new tools. So experience. It's a lot of this is experience. So you wake up one day and you know nothing, and then you start doing these exercises. You do these exercises, you watch other people do exercises, you learn their tricks. They'll teach you, then you do your own exercises over a while, and then eventually you get a sense for what's going to work and what's not going to work. I've got a YouTube list in case you want to learn about hacking. You probably want to start with some exercises over at PicoCTF. And I've got a playlist that starts from absolute zero, and will eventually teach you how to do some good stuff that will help you out with cybersecurity. Let me grab that playlist. I'll leave it in the chat. There you go. So basically, these challenges over here, they're going to teach you how to interact with the terminal first of all, and then they're gonna become increasingly more difficult. And there's like 84 of these little challenges here. By the time you finish them all, you're gonna collect you're gonna have a big bag of tricks that you can use to run on different systems. Okay, so we got linps here. Let's make it executable. Oops. Then let's run the linps. So there's no way that this easy machine could be this difficult. Cool, thanks. Take some time to explain it and give some direction. Yeah, no, I'm here to help people out. Huh, it didn't work. Wait. Or it did work. What happened? So, linps, let's go back up to the top. Man, why didn't it give me output until... Okay, so we got linps. We need to watch out for the stuff that's in red yellow, or the stuff that's in red. That's how we parse the linps output over here. Okay. This is a Docker container. Okay, so we've ptrace disabled, super users, users with console. We're not part of any special groups. Don't think any of this stuff is helping. Oh, you know what? There was an extra share. There was another Samba share that we didn't get access to. Hold on. Let me figure out what that other share was. So that was just the home share. Probably doesn't have anything super important in it. I'm not sure. Anyways, let's finish off looking at this uncommon password files. home SSH config file was found. Should probably read this. Let me just start putting together a file like this. Interesting permissions, capabilities, no capabilities. Docker env, yeah, this is a Docker container. Backup folders. Credentials, okay. We found the directory path for the Samba service. We should probably keep track of that. Okay. Password stuff. Okay, well, we didn't get very much there. Let's take a look at the contents of the Samba share. Backup 24 and my share. So these are the only ones that exist, huh? I mean, there's nothing really in my share. There's nothing really in here either. Okay. So the SSH configuration here. Let's take a look at it. This is not writable, that's fine. Okay, so this was not super interesting. Okay, it's approaching 9 o'clock. I really need to get offline and get some food. But let's take a look at who is streaming over at Twitch TV. Oh, SnowXCone is on. Okay. And who else is on? Let's see if anybody is on from InfoSec Streams. InfoSecStreams.com. I am the only person on from InfoSec Streams. So everybody, if you want to discover new InfoSec streamers, let's see. Cypher Freak says, when are you on again? I'm on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Every week around 4 p.m. Pacific time, which is 7 p.m. Eastern time, and some other time if you're at some other place in the world. But yeah, so this is where you discover new InfoSec streamers, people who do cybersecurity stuff. It's a great little list. It'll show you who is online and their Twitch and YouTube channels over here. But we'll be back on Wednesday, and we're going to be doing more streaming, more education, more cybersecurity and hacking. It's going to be a lot of fun. So since there's nobody on... Oh, there's ads going on. Man. Anyways, one last set of ads for us. How about some birds? I don't know why, but this one came out really, really high resolution. But yeah, look at that bowl. Man, those sunflower seeds look real. Stan says, have a good night. It was a good discovery of your channel. We'll try to be there as many times as you transmit. Thank you very much. Yeah, but thank you very much for the advice on the box, Stan. And look at this guy. This guy's having the time of his life, eating all those seeds. Let's see. LSLA home. Huh. We could take a look at the home directory, but we're kind of on our way out. Thank you very much for coming by the stream. Actually, let's do a shout out to everybody while we're here. So Stan, thank you very much, and Tygrail and good friends like our good friend Cypher Freak, Cyber and Dante, S2M Green, thank you for coming by. Helpful Husky, and who else? There's a lot of people were chatting today. Let's see, Hassan and Particle to Do, all of our good friends. Let's give a raid over to Snow X Cone. Snow X Cone is a streamer friend of mine, and she does Leet Code. So if you're interested in learning Leet Code or in learning more about programming, you can stop by her stream and ask her how to do programming. Anyways, let's set up the raid to Snow X Cone. And when you arrive on her channel, if you could give this message right here, frog, hip hop, hack, frog, just like this, I would really appreciate it. Okay. Alright, everybody. The raid will be going out in just a few seconds, but we'll be back on Wednesday, and I hope to see you there. But until next time, HackerFrogs actually out. See you later.